do now, turns out.
So everyone should have seen a pop-up window that says that this meeting is being live streamed. Just click got it and it'll go away.
Okay.
Jimenez is here. Hi, Jimenez.
Hey everybody, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Your
Hi,
friend
good
Naomi
morning.
Clara is here.
So I guess that we are all here. Naomi, whenever you
Yeah.
tell me. Yeah.
Yeah. So just when you guys take a break, make sure to keep the Zoom going or else the YouTube live connection will cancel. And as you go into your other breakout rooms, I will go in and set up the additional YouTube links. I will share the link to the YouTube in the chat window. So if you want to share this with friends, family, colleagues, alumni, please feel free to do so. And good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Naomi. Well, what I will do right now, if you allow me, I will share my screen to have a brief introduction to everybody about the project. So first of all, I would like to start by saying thank you to our to our reviewers. I would like just to share, even though most of the students, they know about the reviewers, but let me just introduce you just officially. So we have today Eric Fiorley from the University of Miami, Jimenez Ley from the University of Southern California, and also Burro Spectacular, and also Kentaro Tsubaki from Tulane University, that they will be on room number 1. Thank you everybody for being here today. Anne Gonzalez Lara from the Pratt Institute, David Thompson from Assembly Plus in LA, and also Emmanuel Osorno from Tulane University, that they will be on room number 2. Thank you all everybody also for joining us and for making time to be here today. In room number 3, we will have Renee Davis from UC Berkeley, Ines Martin Robles from University of Virginia, and Wendy Redfield from Tulane University. Once again, thank you so much for your generosity in advance. They will be in room number 3, as I'm saying. And then the last room number 4, that it will be composed by John McMorrow from the University of Michigan, Todd Erlandson from the Mark Studio, and Irene Kale from Tulane University. Thank you also all these guests for making time and come to and join us to this review today. Let me just introduce you also very briefly to the rest of the instructors. Omar, Miwako, and Sonsoles have been teaching this course during the whole semester with me. And then let me just introduce you very briefly the project that the students will start to show. As you know, we have been working during the whole semester in LA. Actually, we have been working in downtown LA. As you can see in this slide, in the northeast part of the downtown of LA. In these closer images, you can just see that the area that we have chosen is limited by the 101 freeway on the north part, the LA River on the east part, Alameda Street on the west part, and the First Street on the lower part. No? Here you can see just a few images. In this case, is from south to north, just seeing also the different typology of buildings that we can find. No, in the lower part of this image, you can just see also a bit. I can see of the side arc here, no, and also the Union Station that is also placed on the north part, and also the historic neighborhood that is placed also in this north part of the slide. In this case, is looking from the from the east to the west, where we can see also the civic center and all the skyscrapers that they are characterizing also this part of the downtown. also, and in this case from the north part to the south, seeing also all these districts that are in the south center and south part of the downtown, and how they are, you know, just changing their character from a more industrial and warehouses typology to a more residential and mixed use style, no, we can say. And in this case, it's from the west part to the east part. So as you can see also on the upper part of the slide, how the urban fabric is totally different. No, we can start to see beyond the LA River that most of the typology is composed by these familiar residential houses, no, especially on the center part of here, no. Then, as I mentioned, the students, what the idea was to divide the course in two different phases. One, it was the urban scale, and another, it was the architectural scale. For today, we will only work, so the students will only explain the architectural component, but I would like just to tell you that the first part of the semester is when the students in group of 2 or 3 people, they did some master plans for this area. Today they will introduce a part of those master plan, but the main purpose of today's review, it will be just to focus on the architectural scale, as I'm saying. And as you will see, and as you can see on this slide, what we ask also to the students is that they could, you know, remove most part of the buildings that they were in this area, but just to keep, as you can see there, just a few buildings, no, just a warehouse, a longitudinal warehouse that we have here, some public buildings, and a Buddhist temple that is also in the center south of the plot, and of course the railways that we can see at both sides of the LA River. As I'm saying, this studio was just divided into different parts. Today we will have just a final review of the architectural design, even though, as I'm saying, they will just explain you a little bit the master plan, because what we ask to the students is to design a catalyst, a social condenser within their master plan. So what you can see is, even if there are 2 or 3 students that they share the same master plan, they were able to select the place that it was more convenient for their designs. So you can see the same master plan, and then that they have been developed 3 buildings in 3 different places, no? That's one of the main component that we allow to the students. Then, as you can see here, there were a few restrictions to the site, to the architectural level. I mean, in this case, that every building should be developed within these 2 and 4 levels, and also it needs to have a public space complementing to that build component with a minimum of 10,000 square feet. Then related to the program, as you can see here, we divided the program in these 4 parts. One, it was called a kind of interaction, that it was more or less around these 10,000 square feet. Then it was this educational part, that it was mainly a mediatek and meeting and conference rooms, again around these 10,000 square feet. And the third part, as you can see here, it was called a specific program, that it was defined by each student. And I think that this is the other interesting component that we add to this architectural scale. So every student, each student has defined 1/3 of the program of the building. So this allowed them, on the one hand, to give a more particular role or character to the building, and also to place their buildings in their master plan in a, let's say, smoother way, in a better way. No, so maybe the master plan had to do with art, for example, or with urban agriculture. Maybe this catalyst building has 1/3 of the program that is focused also in a program, or in a character that is similar or related to that master plan, no, to the master plan, to the idea of the master plan. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, we asked about this 4th component of the program, that it was a exterior space that is again around these 10,000 square feet, no? So this will be just related to the program. And as I have mentioned a couple of times, today we will only focus on the architectural scale, even though they will show you very briefly, as you can see on the list of deliverables, their master plans, but especially they will show you just to introduce as an introduction to their architectural component. No, we have also allowed the students to slightly change or adjust their master plan. So in some cases you will see that is the same master plan that they developed for the urban scale, but in some cases you will see that they just adjusted slightly just to introduce in a better way their architectural scale. No, so as you can see again on the list of the deliverables, they will all the students will start with a brief introduction of their master plans. They will also work, they will show also the intermediate scale, especially to show the relation of the building with the public component, especially with the public plaza that all of them need to design. And then they will focus, they will just zoom in into the architectural scales, just describing, you know, the concept of their idea. They just develop the proposal, and then just with some visualization, with some perspectives and a section perspective of their project. I didn't mention that all these students are undergraduate students. This is the first semester of the third year. For all of them, there were 51 students, and we divided into these 4 sections, as I mentioned before with this tractor, and we have been sharing everything during the whole semester. Also, you can see on this schedule, we have always tried also to mix the students. So even if we have divided the session in 4 different rooms, as you can see here with the colors, you will see students from all 4 sections in one room, so you can just see a whole picture of what was the course this last semester. No, and then just the last thing that I would like just to mention is just about the timing. The idea it will be that each student, they will have 8-9 minutes just to develop, to explain their proposals, and then the idea is also to have another 9 minutes to give some feedback. No, like it will be, in most of the cases there are like 3 guests for each room. So the idea will be like to have 3 minutes, 3 minutes, and 3 minutes for the feedback to the students. I don't know if Sonsoles, if you can maybe just share the links of the different rooms on the chat, even though I think that everybody has on their emails these links. But before to split and to divide into the different rooms, I don't know if anybody has any questions, especially for the guests. Sorry that maybe I ran a little bit.
No, okay.
All clear?
Mhm.
Yeah, so if there are not any questions, what we will do is room number 1 will stay in this Zoom link. So we will just stay here in this room. And then everybody who is on room 2, you just need to click. You can just leave this room and go just to room 2. Then there will be room 3 that it will be led by Sonsoles, and room number 4 by Omar Ali. And room number 2, I didn't mention, Miwako Hattori will be kind of in charge, especially of the timing of each of these sessions. So thank you so much again, especially to our guests and also to the students for their great work. Good luck, and I hope that you enjoy the session. So let's just stay here a couple of seconds so everybody can just go. I can see here Kentaro, I can see here Jimenez. I cannot see Eric. Yeah, Eric is here also. Perfect. So, well, if you want, what we can do is what the students will do is they will just start by sharing their screen, and they will just explain their projects. So what I will do is just to be the timekeeper. So I think that the first student is Joey. So Joey, whenever you're ready, You can just share your screen.
Hold on, Ruben. Renee was on the screen here.
Yeah,
Renee,
yeah.
I think you're going to be room 3.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm trying to get in.
Okay, so
You
let-
probably have to leave this room first and
Oh.
re-click the room 3.
Okay.
yeah,
Um,
I will send you right now an email, Rene, with the link. So
okay.
you can-
Yeah, it's not working.
So maybe, Rene, I will suggest if you just, end the session. So you just leave this one and then just click on the.
I should leave it all together.
Yeah.
And you send me an email.
I'm sending you right now an email
Okay.
with the new link, with the link of your room. So you can
Okay.
just.
Sorry.
No worries. That's important. Thank you. So. Thank you, Kentaro, for the heads up.
Yeah. And can I ask one question, Ruben, before we start?
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah. So why LA?
Well, it was a city that I visited a few months ago, and the idea also was start to think on some of these cities that there are on the south that they have a strong maybe downtown in a moment, but then they have also this urban sprawl with the residential, because the idea was trying to think on how to re-densify also the city. So in that case, we focus in an area close to downtown, but well, in this case, the outskirts of a downtown. So the idea will be that maybe in the coming years, we will just move to other cities that have a similar reality.
All right, are we ready to start?
Yes, please, Joey. Sorry.
All right. All right, so hi, I'm Joey Tomsky, and this proposal is called Intertwining Blocks. So an initial reading of downtown LA, it was clear that there's not much green space. However, a defined ecological corridor intersects the site from the east. And though rainfall is limited, this topographic map conveys that water flows through the existing corridor to the site towards the LA River. So continuing this main ecological corridor through and dividing the site, 2 sets of tributaries branch off, providing different functions for the community and creating distinct street types. So the tributaries depicted as green are agricultural, with courtyards that provide various scales of agricultural production, while the tributaries depicted as pink connect courtyards programmed for social activity. So buildings wrap around these courtyards while the rest of the space is broken up into smaller scale bar buildings connecting with the residential scale to the east of the site. And so going back to those agricultural tributaries, stormwater and gray water can move through those streets towards the ecological spine, ultimately terminating at the river. So here was the original master plan. And then in the modified plan, 8 of the residential bar buildings around the revitalized warehouse to the northwest were transformed into agricultural land to create a plaza that can interact with the proposal. So because the proposal used 4 blocks from the master plan, it keeps a similar height to the rest of the site. And this is the previous axon. And then the modified axon shows the large scale space around the warehouse that connects to the proposal. So the goal of this proposal is to act as an agricultural information and research center for the site. And in the future, there would be more of these spread out around LA that are connected. It will feature many new innovations in the agricultural field with the goal of informing the public about the advanced research being performed in LA today. So the initial concept from this project was to intertwine those 4 blocks, creating an indoor street that acts as a social condensing space. So here was the original mass of the 4 blocks. Then all 4 blocks were lowered and a small strip of farmland was introduced in front of the 2 blocks on the south side. Then the southern 2 masses were filled with different kinds of farms, while the northern masses were split up between public on the left and private on the right, with secondary cores kept in the center of each side. To bridge these heavy massings together, a light circular bridge connects levels 2 and 3 and has 2 sets of spiral stairs through it. And then the structure of these 4 blocks will be concrete with lighter elements between them being made of steel. And then here a timber cover is placed over the social condensing space and the roof of the lower 2 blocks. To combat heat from glass roofs, the proposal will be installed with an automated computer system that will process and manage a database to optimize comfort and energy efficiency. Along the face of the roof structure is a series of operable louvers that can open and close, which allows for natural ventilation as well as sun deflection. And then similarly on the roof, northern faces of the arches can pivot open, allowing for full circulation. And then rain collection in Los Angeles is very important, as there's only an average of 15 inches of rainfall per year. So the roof structure has an integrated gutter system that allows for maximum rain collection. It can gather as much as 223,000 gallons a year. And then the material on the roof itself is ETFE, which was used on the nearby SoFi Stadium. The advantage of this over glass is that it's 1/100th the weight of glass and has more flexibility to protect against earthquakes. And then placed on top of this ETFE are louvers to assist with keeping the indoor temperatures down. As well, on the northern 2 blocks are a series of fixed solar panels that collect roughly 338 kilowatt hours of energy a day. Vegetation in the building is found primarily on the southern side. So starting on the left on the interior, there's a robotic farm. In the center is a fish farm with an aqua farm above. And then to the right of that is a vertical farm. And then above all of that is an indoor farm. And finally in front is an outdoor farm. In total, the facility can produce 787,000 pounds of plants a year, along with 430 pounds of catfish. So the profile and rhythm of the arched roof on the roof was continued into the courtyard in front of the project. However, the facade breaks up this rhythm by using various sizes of stone panels, with some panels removed for windows, and then specifically on the southern facade, other panels were turned into farming panels. And then on the slits between panels on the northern 2 blocks are left open for small windows to let light in and appear as random on the interior. So this north facade features the window slits between the different panels. And then this east elevation conveys the arched roof introduced in the southern yard. All right, so the project started with a 25-foot by 25-foot grid, and then farms in the southern 2 buildings are public, allowing for visitors to see the varying innovations. The northwest building holds the multi-purpose room, which is currently set up with a small market that could sell food back to the community at a lower cost. And the northeast building contains group research stations. And then if we just look at the southern facade, it's kind of clear how the farming panels interact with the farm in front. And then the southern elevation conveys like the different types of cutouts in the facade. This perspective shows the exterior entry sequence. The farms feature tomatoes, lettuce, celery, and other commonly grown plants. And then continuing this front entry sequence, the facade seamlessly flows into the social condensing space with structural elements slotting between the panels. And then the bridge was formed by placing circular center points between blocks. Then more were placed on the inside to reduce footprint and allow for trees to grow between floors. And then circles from the inside also move into the square buildings just to break up the rigidity of those spaces. And then this floor begins the media tech and offers spaces for botanists to perform research. So this section shows the relationship between the interior farms. One thing to note is the connection of water pumps between the fish farm and the aqua farm above in the middle of the drawing. And here we can see the relationship of trees and the bridge to reinforce the idea of having light thin elements in the social condenser space. So taken from the west end of the building, this is how the space would feel in the late morning. The trees in the center are Italian cypress, chosen for the slim 5-foot radius and tall height, while the other trees are Canary Island pine, chosen for the similarity of the light thin needles to the louvers above the space it's planted in. And both species are commonly found in Los Angeles. So the bridge on this level has a smaller footprint, but uses the same circular center points. And it connects the interior farm with the final floor of the media tech and admin offices. So both blocks cut through here feature double height spaces on the second and third floors with skylights above that introduce similar shadows found in the social condenser space. And the MediaTek also includes a double height window. Here's a view of that MediaTek double height space with shadows casted around early afternoon. Windows in here allow for the vegetation to pop through. And this section shows where the autonomous roof interacts with the indoor garden in the center of the drawing. And then taken from that social condenser bridge, this is a view of that indoor farm. And then finally, the section perspective shows the louver system the best and how they're able to open in different segments relating to the structural grid. And then a quick study model to show the main concepts. So the wood elements are meant to represent like the lighter elements. Sandpaper was used to represent farm plots with baby breath used for trees. And tape was used for the ETFE glass with tiny wooden louvers placed on top. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey. Just on time.
Well, just to start out with, can I ask some questions?
Please.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you just go back and talk a little bit about I know we're not supposed to talk about the master plan or something, but it's related. So why how do you arrive at the master plan? Can you tell us a little bit about it again? Maybe I just missed it, but what's the larger context analysis that led to the decision about urban farming, and why is that appropriate for densification, if that's the goal?
Right. So just starting with this again, while looking at Los Angeles, there wasn't much green space around, except there was like a long strip of trees and vegetation going from the west to east that hit in the middle of our site. And then we looked at the contours of LA, and it appeared that kind of the elevation matched this corridor and led directly to the river, which was how we decided to come up with like a gray water collection system that would allow for water to flow down that pre-existing path and then through our site and ultimately ending at the river, which is seen with these arrows here. And so we introduced more green spaces that would allow for more water collection and then also give purpose to that water as well. Rather than just letting it sit there, it could help water plants and then continue its journey to the river. And then as for densification in Los Angeles, right now there's kind of like an issue with food in Los Angeles, where it's kind of divided between the wealthy and the poor areas with like how well the nutrition is. And so just having this kind of urban catalyst dedicated around farming would be able to kind of educate the community and hopefully give back cheaper vegetables and fruits to the community.
One more question. Any sort of socio-cultural, economic issues or histories relative to the site that you can educate us with? Or maybe, you know, Jimenez could tell us a little bit about it. I don't know anything about LA. What would you say to that?
Yeah, so we're kind of right. Our site's kind of in the middle of it's like an intersection of a bunch of different districts. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head, but I know you have like Little Tokyo, the Civic District. There's kind of like a new arts district forming on the southern side. And while there's also a lot of residential on the east side of the site. And our master plan does not necessarily relate to all of that as much, but it does try to match at least the scale of the buildings in those areas, so that maybe in the future that program could be spread into the master plan itself.
Yeah, I mean, I can say, sorry, Eric, yeah, go ahead.
No, so yeah, sorry, just because I think I think it's the same topic. If so, from what I understand well, so this was the initial master plan. So now you decided to create a green area. You took some buildings out, and you have a green area, which exactly.
Right.
So one of the issues that not issues, a question that I have is, where do you situate? Is your building conceived as having entrances essentially on all sides? Or, where do you see the main entrance for your building, and how does it manage to address both the interior courtyard, which seems to be also one that is supposed to be open to the public? So essentially you have like one piece of the building that is addressing the courtyard as much as the open space in front of it. Is that right? So can you maybe guide us a little bit through how this building is able to kind of enliven also the space that I read here? Is it north oriented to the south of your building?
Right. Yeah. So you would enter through the south of the building. Originally, there were entrances around all four of the kind of glass facades between the buildings. But then it later just became one main entrance into the space with different elements on each side of the building.
But you could enter from the side and the back, or because at the moment there's nothing drawn here on the. I guess it's the ground floor plan, is it?
Yes, this is the ground floor. Yeah, the main entry is where the circular door is down on the southern side, and then on the northern side it's supposed to be an emergency exit, and on the west is more of like a cafe seating area. But yeah, the main entrance is just on the south side.
So I think what I'm and I think this makes fully sense, obviously, because this is the main space that you created, and to have the entrance there, I think it's the right decision. One of the things that I'm wondering about is somehow, therefore, the symmetry of this setup. The building, essentially what you decided is to cut a block into two, more or less, and to build only on one side, and the other side has been left open. And so I'm wondering, if I remember well, they're not symmetric in the sense that on the south side you actually have the fish farm and the and also agricultural use. So you imagine that this is going to be the use that would enliven the public space better than the one that you situated on the other side. This is maybe a little question mark that I have. I'm wondering if this kind of green, if these spaces are really supposed to be spaces where maybe the public is supposed to flow into, not only to take the main entrance, but actually to use the surface along the facade. Because if I see this building without any explanation, one would somehow, it implies that you might have in a normal setup that you would have restaurants with a cafe in front of it. So I'm not saying that you should do that, but you understand that my question is the choice of these farms the one that will really help to give life to the green space in front of it? Or if it might better be maybe also an opportunity to put it on the other side, but maybe you did this for reasons of sun orientation.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump right in. I think, Joey, your project is well drawn. I think, you clearly have good design sensibility. Mostly in plan. In my opinion, less so, your choice of roof, but the plan is nice, right?
Right.
I think you're well-meaning. Like, I definitely think, everything you said, you meant well, but it's like, I don't know if you've ever been to LA or if you know much about this. I'm like looking right out, like that's exactly your site right there. Like, I'm just a few blocks away, right? Okay. Is the question of LA is not very green. Like, it depends on what you mean by green, I also feel like, this is like such an outsider's view of LA. Like, LA is not green. LA is full of parks. There are so many parks. It's like littered with parks, actually. And it doesn't look, if you just simply read it from satellite image, of course it's not green because we don't have a lot of water, but it doesn't mean that there aren't parks. And I think, the idea of the urban fabric not being, green, quote unquote, also I mean, I think when Eric was talking about the word public, right? I think the designation of park being a public function is more appropriate as of a read as the word quote unquote green than whether or not it's the color green. I mean, from your part of the country where it's so luscious and humid, of course it looks green if it's green, but here not so much. It's more like brownish and sometimes even what do you call that, grayish. The other thing I'll say is the what do you call that, ecosystem of agriculture in Southern California at large. This is one of the most productive agricultural, regions in the world. Like we produce so much quality. I mean, even the low quality food in Los Angeles is pretty nice. Just, up the coast a little bit, I think, most of the fruits and nuts and like salads and I don't know, even livestock. We have access to such high quality of it. Yes, it's true. Rich people eat much better than poor people. That is very true. But even what I'm trying to say is, by turning this part of the city, which is very expensive per square foot, into an agricultural use, I feel like leaving it out in the open like this is also not the wisest decision, even though I know you mean I know you mean well, but this is clearly not the wisest decision. Socioeconomically, I think earlier there was a question about it too. I don't know if you all visited this part of the city. There are so many homeless people, like so many. It's unbelievable. Again, going back to the word green and public, I'm doing air quotes right now. Every single surface that is openly accessible in this part of the city, you either have to figure out a way to secure it with fences or something, or just expect that people are going to occupy it with tents. There's no likely possibility that your vision in this plan will happen in Los Angeles. Again, I hate to sound like this because I want to be encouraging, and I know you're well-meaning, but it's hard as a person who live here. It's very hard for me to see what you proposed to happen.
We discussed density a little bit before, and so I'm not a local, and
Sorry.
Can you hear me? Because I have problems with my internet. By the way, I already have to apologize. I have many issues at the moment, but I also have now where I am a problem with my Wi-Fi. But so I partly try to use my phone, but that's also bad. Anyhow, let's try to say something. So yeah, the question of density, again, I don't know LA. I can't talk so much about the green topic and how appropriate it is. But if I really liked your model. Your model, however, somehow suggests this kind of block reality. And somehow, while urban agriculture, the fact that we should introduce it into an urban fabric, if we would really do this in the very center or rather outside, again, I think that's maybe another discussion. But I think there's something about changing from what you suggest to be in the surroundings to be like larger block buildings, to the decision to build sheds. I think that's also, I'm not saying this shouldn't be done, but I'm questioning a little bit, the fact that you rather go for a relatively low density and that you feel intrigued to do this in the form of recreating a kind of an industrial architecture. And so I'm wondering, could you speak a little bit about this decision? I mean, why were you more going in this direction, even though you already have a hybrid building, rather than to create something which would be more inspired by an urban view?
So is this in relation to the catalyst I designed or the surrounding buildings from the master plan?
No, what I see exactly. So Okay, so the building around this are the master plan buildings. So
Correct.
yeah, that's maybe something that I thought maybe there was a representation of what's already there.
Oh, okay.
So why do you, it seems still to me that you are going for some kind of a hybrid vision. I mean, do you had some references in mind? I mean, why didn't you, for example, not create also a building which keeps the spirit of the surrounding buildings, but maybe has some kind of differentiation in order to allow for the green uses that, I don't want to question here now? I mean, why do you build a shed there? Well, what is the reason? I mean, do you really believe that you need this shed in order to be performing well in regards to your green choices? Or, I mean, are there no examples of introducing this also in a more urban building?
When you say shed, is that referring to my project or?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So the reason it did keep such a low profile was simply because of the square footage requirements. We had to keep it to around 50 or 60,000 square feet. And so I guess in theory, I could have built a more vertical structure. However, I was trying to keep a similar height to the rest of the spaces that we had already designed. And as for not making the previous master plan to such a high height, around that area, just referring back to the Google images that Ruben was showing us before, the heights on this side of the, yeah, let's go back. The heights on this side of LA are a little bit lower than those skyscrapers already, like as you can see here. And so it would have felt a little out of place, just lifting back up. It kind of has like a natural gradient towards the river.
Just to jump in again, I
Right.
think the massing of the height here is actually appropriate. Yeah.
Well, yeah. No, I think I don't question that. I think what I question maybe a little bit is, if we see this urban plan and, even a figure ground would probably make it even clearer. Imagine you make a figure ground for your own proposal. I think there's something about, you have two main types from what I very roughly. You have the block building and you have these kind of smaller structures. So I think these smaller structures somehow suggest, looking at them on the urban plan, that there is a way of moving through them that is very different from the one being situated within a street, which is like the more European model, but which also exists a lot in the US. So and I think that your building, maybe in an interesting way now, tries to do two things, to be, I think it starts to become an in-between from what in the master plan looked like smaller structures, which could have like a very, interesting and informal relationship to the back and fronts and sides. It becomes something that now still has a main entrance, and where I wonder if you could maybe, without too many changes, further suggest this kind of differentiation as a kind of an urban, opportunity, which is in strong contrast to the more street, classical street-oriented buildings of the 19th century city.
Right. Okay, I understand now.
Well,
Okay, so how much time do we have, Ruben?
we need to leave. We need to go to the next one.
Okay, just quickly, I think the
Sure.
this is how can I say, third year you're being introduced to urban ideas beyond just simple implication buildings, and everybody's first try, and also the curriculum is relatively new. So I'm kind of thinking in that context, perhaps the feedbacks is relevant to thinking about what you do next. And I think one thing is a couple of things, but one thing, maybe hybrid typology here. For instance, homelessness and housing is a critical issue with agriculture. I think there is a place for urban agriculture in a sense that I've been hearing the lettuce price, romaine lettuce price is 4 times right now because of issues within California production, for instance. So, distributed agriculture in a larger context, probably experimenting with that makes sense. But it needs to be hybridized in these particular urban contexts. So that's something that you can explore. The other thing is, the density issue. We need to see the zonings and the square footage requirements and the typical square footage requirements, and then challenging those zoning issues, or looking at the creative ways to deal with, let's say, housing, retail, green agriculture production. What makes economic sense? Those things probably would help you argue for something like this and fine tune it in a future. That's it.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I think that we need to go to the next student just for the sake of time.
Thank y'all.
Joey,
Thank
great
you.
work. Thank you so much. So next student is Leo. I will try to be more precise with the timing from now on.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can see your screen and hear you. Okay, Leo.
Well, get straight into it. It's not waste time. So good morning, and today I'll be presenting to you the proposal for a new culinary institute in Los Angeles, California. But before that, a bit of a recap of our urban master plan proposal. The proposal begins in the heart of LA with a site surrounded by the highway and the river. So the goal of the new design is to connect these areas secluded by the existing barriers to allow an easier access to pedestrians onto the site. This results in what we determine as a green strip. This corridor is complemented by 3 remaining strips with different typologies according to existing buildings in the area. But the most important part of this proposal is the green strip, which is programmed through pixels of varying types, such as outdoor reading spaces and productive gardens, as well as pavilions. In addition, the green strip is programmed with a series of catalyst buildings. Therefore, it made sense for the new building to be introduced here. This culinary center is proposed as a response to newer generations relying on fast food and losing contact with the knowledge of cooking. Nonetheless, the Institute is open to neighboring districts wishing to expand their knowledge on this topic. But when it comes to the design, it begins by looking at the pixelated canvas and the pre-established mass. But first, when looking just at the canvas as the pixels, these are modified into elongated shapes in order to translate the language from pixels to strips. The language of strips will then dictate the design on the ground floor, which will become composed of a series of parallel walls. These parallel walls will enable a continuity of the landscape from each side, creating a very vast one-way porosity. Once this is done, the existing mass is then reintroduced, creating a difference between 2 worlds, one on the ground floor and then the other 2 on the box. This box is then divided into 2 programs, having the library on the first floor and the culinary school on the second one. But what's peculiar is that 2 cantilevers are created on each end, which also act as a catalyst for social spaces, providing shade from the harsh LA sun. But this requires a very specific structure, a very specific type of truss that will be implemented due to the fact that its diagonals don't require intersection, therefore allowing circulation throughout the building. Lastly, this box is reintroduced to a series of corten steel louvers, which can rotate, allowing them to rotate in order to control light into specific programs of the building. Then moving on onto the more technical drawings, the ground floor shows the language of these strips dictating the nature of the design with the previously mentioned parallel walls. Then we can also see those pixels starting to be programmed with different types of gardens. But if you notice, there's a series of arrows. This is a topic I'll be elaborating on further. But when looking back at the strips, they all contain a different type of program, as an example being the middle strip containing the main gallery, and others containing outdoor dining spaces or a cafe. When moving into the second floor, the difference in atmosphere is almost immediate. The architecture becomes open and light, only displayed by a grid of columns and structure. This lack of set walls allows the program to be set in this vast open space. Again, if you notice, the louvers change the rotation depending on the program, allowing different sets of light to immerse into the building. In a similar way, the third floor continues that same language, but is also equipped with a series of double heights, some looking into the core of the building, allowing light into the darkest parts, and also a big double height in the lower part of your screen looking directly into the library. Now, as previously mentioned, then lastly, a green roof is added to the building where small vegetables and spices can be grown to provide an easier access to culinary students, as opposed to having them traveling back onto the ground floor. So it really creates a more direct connection to what they'll be cooking into the building. And as previously mentioned, the pixels on the landscape are then modified topographically to create a sense of lightness to the building, as well as shifting the perspective along the gardens. This is further translated into different types of sections where each strip has its unique set of topographical language. Moving along, some will sink, some will rise, but they all have their own language. My personal favorite is this last section where the cantilever occurs, where it's almost the illusion that the building is floating above this heavy landscape. On the opposite cut, the span of the structure becomes more visible, as well as the continuity of spaces, as well as the gardens being displayed at the top of it. But these gardens are better portrayed on the axon, where the idea of gardens and topography can be fully understood. And this also just portrays the presence of the box placed onto this heavy site. In contrast, the indoor becomes more opened and allows the structure to be glorified. It becomes something monumental, but yet interactive. As shown, people and furniture are given the opportunity to create a dialogue with what is the essence of the building, as well as appreciating that rich double height space occurring in the library. Moving on into this perspective, this is where you can fully appreciate that contrast of those elongated strips being intersected by this elongated box on the upper floors. And zooming in, again, appreciating those moments where topography sinks, allowing for a deeper contrast of worlds, which is also expressed on the opposite side, where a set of terrace steps provides areas, providing shade from the LA sunlight. And this perspective also shows the contrast of what I would call worlds, having that upper world, that ground, and then sinking into the existing topography. Moving into the indoor perspectives, again, the previously mentioned double height, having this richness of space and not trying to hide the structure, but making it become a fundamental part of the project. And lastly, a very important part of this culinary school are the kitchens, where again, the structure becomes almost an interactive object of the composition of the spaces. And with that said, that concludes my project, and I would welcome you to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
Well, I think maybe congratulations. I think to the way you present this, there are some beautiful drawings. I mean, we saw beautiful drawings previously as well, but I think there's something in explaining the main logic of the master plan. I like also its typological variety. We saw it too quickly in order for me to really say if this, was the best decision. But the way you present it somehow was very succinct, very clear. And also the decision of where to situate your building, your architectural intervention, makes a lot of sense. So I just wanted to say this, at the very beginning, where I think just, a lot of the feedback that, there's so much material here, we can, more easily react to the way you communicate than obviously to the actual content. And in terms of communication, so where it became a little bit less clear is maybe also in the way you drew, is for your audience to follow the importance of those strips. So somehow I remember that there was a master plan logic, but how does the movement, I think the whole question of movement starts to become of major importance. So maybe if you could again explain a little bit better how your strips lead and the walls that you put into the the lower floor, how
Yes.
they also guide the movement through your building
Yes.
and why it's so important.
So at the beginning, in the beginning stages of the design, there was this idea of almost allowing, not disrupting the flow of this, what I could be called park, but allowing almost like a transition from indoor to outdoor that almost doesn't seem as harsh as any other building. So for me, it was really important to have this sense of transparency in one way. And that's why these parallel walls are set, but these are only interrupted at the cores. But there's this idea of almost porosity going through the ground floor, which I thought was something important for such a perhaps social space, such as a green space. So it's almost like creating an access for the public on that axis.
It makes a lot of sense. I would almost add a drawing where we can see this with more of the surroundings.
Yeah.
Because I think it would strengthen. For me, there was a certain cut, I mean, from the very clear presentation of the master plan to your beautiful architectural intervention, but this kind of intermediate, I think there could be some diagrams.
Okay.
Another question. So can we walk also through the middle, or is it just like the two exterior pathways on the boundaries that would allow for, which essentially are obviously covered, but we don't have separation from the air?
Yeah.
Is that also
so
the case for the central passage?
the central passage becomes more of the private aspect of the building, as opposed to those wings on the lateral sides, which are like just completely open, but there is that shift. It's not the same language. One goes from being completely open, one is more enclosed because of its the gallery that's introduced in there. But it does allow people to go in and out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, let's see. I wish you all posted this on a not Canvas. What do you call it? Not Miro. What do we use? One of those things that because I'm having, there's so much good materials here that I'd like to look back and kind of calibrate my thoughts. And right now I'm kind of spacing out what was the big master plan idea. So if you don't mind, if you can just go back to that. It's not very efficient, but
yeah. So this axon view, this again a little bit displays what the idea was of these different types of strips, because when we're designing this master plan, our idea was to create a figure ground that would not disrupt the urban fabric. So a lot of the typologies tried to match the language of existing buildings on the site that were already there. So try to make this like not something monumental, perhaps, but something that.
Okay. So then my question is, why is that important in this particular urban site?
What is important?
Because again, if I'm thinking like a typical capitalist that values land as a real estate, in a very high value location, what you're proposing here seems very underutilized. And so, and if you kind of think about urban development and the phasing and so on and so forth, it seems like this part, if it catches on, it's gonna get further densified, no?
Yeah.
In phases. So, I think again, this intrusive way of engaging might be an appropriate things to experiment in other places. There's lots of other places that perhaps needs that, but I'm not sure this is that place. And if it is, I think I would like you to make that argument up front. Then I can see that pass and say, okay, you're citing strategies and the ground level design, so on and so forth. Oh, great, you know, it's working or not working, or you can do this better this way, yada, yada, yada. But I think I'm kind of tripping a little bit at the very beginning here from that perspective. And this kind of go ahead.
Sorry, in this case, but because you were just talking about this, so sorry to interrupt, but you know, maybe it's also for the sake of a discussion. I mean, I do appreciate, you know, I think the former student was at least trying to explain that there was a lack of green space here. And, you know, I think we see here a fairly courageous, strong gesture to add green space and at the same time to find a way of still densifying it within this great, you know, elongated rectangle. Mm-hmm. And so I think, you know, one could also try, I mean, then you could question, why are the buildings, you know, here to the left, if that's the south? I mean, why are they so small? Why don't we try to densify more? But maybe that's not, you know, that would be my question. But I think the gesture as a park, I find, you know, I mean, we still must hope that, you know, we can fight for, you know, large open spaces.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it, like, more recently, it's becoming more of an important topic to try and bring back those instances of green spaces. Also, I feel there's an importance of green spaces that is related to pedestrians, as well as this site is, you know, it's surrounded by these train tracks, the river, the highway. So there's this lack of connection of availability for the pedestrians, and I feel a green space is an appropriate way to extend that option for them.
Well, again, though, and I'm coming from slightly a different side of this, you know, typical urban development and, you know, the public nature of public space, for instance, in New York, for instance, is that pocket parks generally don't work. You know, there was in the 80s, late 70s and 80s, there was this idea about urban park, and developers got a bonus for providing public space up front on the street level, but those spaces just did not work in that particular context. Maybe this is different, but I think the more kind of productive, I think, you know, again, what is the block size here? You know, you're talking about what, 300 by 200, 300 by, I don't know, 200 by 100. What's the block size and the enormous setbacks you have? And it's more like you know, a suburban campus. You're introducing a suburban campus in the fairly dense urban context, and I'm slightly skeptical, you know, about the kind of a street life that these spaces would afford.
Okay.
Right.
But maybe to the defense again, I think the way, at least, because, you know, if one just looks at the urban diagram, you know, so we have a clear gesture for green space, an elongated linear park, but then, you know, we would expect somehow to have more like blobs, like organic buildings, which are situated like folies within the park. The student here, however, actually remains quite conservative, if that's the right word, in still keeping with a rectangular logic, which would potentially allow for further densification relatively easily compared to an organic shape. So what I find more problematic, and now I have to say more than before, now that we had a second glance, is I think you have a certain, you are celebrating a certain fetishism for those strips here, which are, I mean, I understand you have a linear gesture and now you're trying to go against them. So to create a maybe more interesting movement pattern. But I think at the same time, you still have also streets or connections, at least as we see them here on the master plan. So I don't really, in a way, why the reason why you are so insisting on those strips and this movement, I find it interesting architecturally speaking, and how it influences your architectural decisions. But looking here at your urban plan, for me, it's more like it looks a bit like an obsession, which I don't see fully necessary. I think you could have the landscaping, this reminds me like projects, early projects from, I don't know, MVRDV or West 8, which were working a lot with, putting geometry on kind of green parks. I don't think that this movement, in a way, this movement could be more interesting if we had less opportunities for cross connections, but you still have very conventional cross connections everywhere.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Well,
Yeah. Maybe if I can jump in, can you guys hear me?
please, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what's in the water over in Tulane. The student Leo and the previous student Joey, both projects are just really well executed in terms of drawing and design, right? Like I think you guys make such beautiful renderings, such beautiful drawings. I'm still, throughout the conversation, I think from Eric's perspective, if I'm understanding him, of course, being a European, there's an idea about what densification is. And I totally get it. I used to live in the Netherlands and I understand that perspective. But I think there's just a kind of mismatch on both projects so far that I am starting to expect that we'll see throughout the day. A southeastern United States perspective on what greening is, which just doesn't match what LA's relationship with parks are. It just doesn't match. But I think there might come a time that I just have to accept what you guys propose as how you see the world, even though I don't think they work. But y'all have done such a beautifully done. So diligent and such nice drawings.
But would you say, again, just for the sake of discussion, is it for you mostly an issue of density, or would you say that the design as such is maybe indeed, again, the reference that I thought about were Dutch, so there's a certain also French regularity about this. But so is it just the size and the lack of density, or would you say that the type of green as such,
Okay, just going back to the Netherlands, right? Like the distance between downtown Los Angeles and Venice, which is still Los Angeles, is longer than Rotterdam to The Hague. Like to call a kind of like typical LA urbanism is impossible because LA is just composed of so many urbanisms. And I'm talking specifically, and even within downtown Los Angeles, there are a few types of urbanisms within downtown Los Angeles. So it's really difficult to make a blanket statement as to what is an LA urbanism and what is an LA density. Just a few blocks away from this site, there are high rises, right? The only pocket of high rises within LA. We have it, but in this particular site, this specific block over here, these specific few blocks, it's near some government buildings. It's also historically, this is where industrial buildings are converted into galleries and residential and commercial spaces. I think the culinary arts idea is appropriate. There are such nice restaurants that are coming up in this area. But back to your question, Eric, is the question of density right? Yeah, some of the Dutch references would work here, but like, for example, like I flying from OMA, I feel like that density actually would seem appropriate in this part of LA, this particular few blocks. But higher than that, wouldn't fit.
Well, I think that it has been great discussion, but also for the sake of time, we need to move on to the next student. So
Thank you for
thank you so much, Leo.
Thank you.
I think that we can just continue with the same ideas, with the rest of the students as we are all working on the same area. So Leandra.
Hello. I don't know why this is here. I'm trying to move it. Does anyone know how to get rid of that? It's like something on the bottom. Can you guys see this thing on the bottom?
No, I only can.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll start. Okay, hi, my name is Leandra, and my project.
Leandra, sorry,
you meant the tools.
Yes, the tools. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, we can see. I mean, I can see it, but
it
I
is
mean, maybe it's not so terrible.
Is it gone now?
No.
Hold on a second. I don't want it to be on there. Okay, let's see. Nope, it's still there, right?
No, it's perfect.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, so this project is called Triangelus. This is the original master plan called the Los Angeles Bias. The housing is in yellow, pink offices, orange is commercial, peach is retail, and the purple are catalyst buildings that we purposely chosen for potentials for this current building project. Here's our site 1 to 1500 scale. When we were looking at the grid of Los Angeles, realized our site was set up in a different grid than the rest of the surrounding areas. So instead of keeping that more traditional grid, we rotated it to match the streets surrounding the site. And here you can see the extended streets we used to create that street bias that follows throughout our project. This is the building footprint with all the streets in it. And these are the 3 main types of streets that were populated throughout the master plan, with the middle one being incorporated into this next phase. This is a perspective from the site, from the river. So when moving forward with this portion of the project, I was interested in creating something for the younger generation. Looking at the map of schools around the site, it's clear that the site is lacking in providing spaces for youth. So my special program is creating a children's museum of sustainability. I want to form a space where children can go learn about the problems occurring in our environment and ways we can help better the solution. Here you can see the site axon with the building incorporated on the top right. And here's a plan at 1 to 200 scale. Looking at our original master plan, I realized there was a lot of complex shapes that were formed because of the street bias we created. I thought it could be interesting to grab one of these shapes and design a building unique to the master plan. The building bordering the existing streets were forced to create an angle, and I chose to extract one of those triangles. I then enlarged and moved the triangle to an empty lot by the river. After choosing the shape I wanted to base my project on, I needed to finalize the building plan. Taking the triangle and flipping it 180 degrees allowed the triangle to be oriented south and towards an empty patch of land rather than a busy street. As a specific location overlapped with the railroads, I moved the triangle west and then offsetted the triangle by 40 feet. I added 3 rectangles while allowing circulation through them. And lastly, I added a building on the 2nd floor to connect all 3 of the rectangles. And this is the finalized plan with the site context, the river and the railroad on the right, East Commercial Street on the north side, and the Center Street on the west side. This is a plan 1 to 64th scale. On the 1st floor, I have the cafe in the east building and multi-purpose / reception spaces on the other 2 buildings. On the 2nd floor, the east building houses the library, and the other 2 provide gallery spaces. The 3rd floor are focuses on education, and the 4th floor is private office spaces. When creating the massing of the building, there was a lot of site analysis to consider. So in placing my vertical cores, I had to make sure it wasn't interrupting the overall flow of the circulation. I chose to place my core on the outside of each of the rectangles in accordance to the different facades. I then added fun circulation, a slide, rock well, statement staircases, and a jungle gym. Here you can see the clear relationships between the 3 different facades. The interiormost facades were created by using the top view of the 3 rectangles to design a scattered window pattern. The shortest facades used the pattern in a smaller scale, and the last facade is where the cores are and engaging with the more public areas, stairwells, corridors, etc. Beginning with the plans, we have an underground portion which houses a multi-purpose auditorium. It falls directly under the main staircase for the north building, and this rectangle on the right is a playful sunken seating area for the outdoor pavilion. Moving to the first floor plans, although the buildings were connected through the second floor, the ground floor is separate to allow for easier access from all directions. The main entrance is off of East Commercial, with the reception being the building on the left. Because it is designed for a younger crowd, I wanted to make circulation less rigid and allow for kids to create their own experiences by the order in which they experience this buildings. The second floor is where the buildings connect and the people are able to walk on the roof, an outdoor gallery space, and interact with those down below. I also added fun ways to go from the first, second floor and vice versa through uses of double heights. As you go up higher, the building becomes more private. The third floor is where the media tech and studio spaces are. I envision art classes or guest speakers being held here, where the children can go up and learn more about climate change and sustainable solutions in a more private setting. The last floor is the only building on the left, and it's where all the office, conference, workspaces are for the employees in the museum. This is the first section that faces downtown. You can see the double-heighted space where the staircase doubles as a bookshelf and reading nooks. This section is of the building facing east that houses the reception area, front side, walkwell, and interacts with the second floor. Here you can see the progression from very public to very private office spaces. Because of its proximity to the river, I wanted to create easy access from the building. Since there's a railroad that cuts between the river and the site, I created an overpass over the train so that train goes underneath the earth and the street in order to create a more cohesive space above ground. This is
sorry, can I just interrupt there because you were talking about the river? Can you just show us again where's the river on that section before?
Which section? This one? The river is behind.
Yeah.
It's just you're looking straight at the river.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So it's the building on the right is what you just cut through right here. So this is a perspective of looking into the courtyard, showing the interactions between people, building, and the site. This is the library and cafe area in the east building. Here's a view from the walkways overlooking the courtyards in downtown LA. And this is a perspective of the reception floor and building in the center street. Yeah, basically that's it.
Thank you, Leandra.
Can you maybe just explain again why? So this was one of the 3 sites that could be chosen?
Yeah, let me go back to the master plan. So yeah, I mentioned before there was catalyst buildings that we created. I'll go with mine in it. Yeah, so all the purple buildings were the catalyst building. I had 2 other partners and they both chose buildings in that area. And then I chose the one all the way to the right on the river. We just picked those spaces because we thought it could have potential for being really interesting buildings just because of the location of where it was on the site. And I just wanted to do something that was relation to the river, and it was more of an open space. So it allowed more for places to grow in my building. But you chose this site within your own master plan. I think what I'm trying to understand, I don't fully understand why the building is where it is. So I'm trying to understand if your professor gave you that site or if this was like your free decision. Yeah, everyone chose a space in their own master plan to pick and to do their own project on. Yeah.
And on top, is that a real motorway as it looked on the drawings? Or, I mean, you have a large green area as it looks, or half green, half gray along the river. But you're connecting, I mean, you're situating your building directly on that, what I thought is a motorway. Is there a specific, but then you don't do it fully. You make it as a triangle. I mean, to me, like some decisions look like a very formalistic decisions to me. I think the triangle, was that a result of the different grids?
Yes. There was because the building, the site is at an angle, we had these buildings that were triangular. Sorry, let's go back. Like you see the little pink ones on the top, because we had to rotate all the streets. So I took one of those triangles, yeah.
And could you maybe say a little bit more about, the ground floor of a building is particularly important. I mean, how do you see the ground floor again helping? You don't make it easier because you keep an angle towards the left here, whatever direction it is, sun direction, but you're building. So you're trying to reconcile different angles, but on the left-hand side, your building is actually not directly on the street. It's not parallel. No, you have like what, 3 degrees here?
Yeah, so
I don't know.
they're proposed because if I were to do that, I did that originally, but it wasn't a right angle. So then that created a lot of different problems structure-wise. So yeah, I had to make it a little off-center because
But if we're looking at that ground floor, the decision to put the circulation core, the linear core, let's say, circulation strip, to put it towards the street, is it because you see the main relationship of that building towards the courtyard?
yes.
But then
Yes.
you should not draw it. You might not want to draw it. And you did the same in section. Be careful if you draw your sections that you decide to cut and not to poche wherever there is an opportunity for a connection with the surroundings. I think that's what I'm struggling a little bit with here, that, if this is supposed, can you see my cursor, my movement?
No.
No, but yeah, so maybe I haven't annotated for long here.
Oh, I can see it now. Wait, no, it's me.
If this
Oh, I
if
see
this
it.
is supposed to be the main relationship, then I don't think we want to see that line to be a poche line. Does that make sense? Because on this side here already, there is no relationship possible. This is like a wall. It can only be a wall, if I'm not mistaken, maybe with some windows. So I think that's where your project, it's the same here. You kind of, I wonder if you got a little bit lost in working with this elevated gallery. And was this maybe the reason that you didn't really expect any strong relationship of the ground floor towards essentially whatever side?
I don't think so. I mean, it's just that it's a very big piece of land. There's a lot to consider. So I had to focus on certain things, and maybe I didn't touch on everything just because there are so many site context analysis that it has to be done. But
yeah,
I definitely.
No, but I think you understand the point is it's very more like a technical one, even the way you draw, because I think those buildings could have a relationship, but you have to allow for it. At the moment, your ground floor, this courtyard that you're relating to, I mean, it's difficult for it. I mean, you can have movement, but then again, will there be movement coming from the highway? I think you have to clarify a little bit, in your mind with diagrams, what movements, you're supposed to happen through your building, because I mean, there's a lot of strengths. Don't get me wrong. The decision for this kind of porous triangle, but I think that without too many changes, you could make this much more interesting.
Okay,
I don't know,
so let's see. From the master plan perspective, you were talking about the type of streets and sidewalk designs, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. And I think, to me, okay, so in a way, my understanding is that you guys in this particular master plan focused on this, which is great. Then I think, well, two things I will say relative to your building design. Why I think if you are taking that concept and trying to sort of see the alignment between your building strategy and the intermediate scale site design, perhaps it might have been stronger if you related the concept to this as opposed to simply going into this kind of courtyard thing. That's number one. And maybe in the process, you know, in your master plan, go back to your master plan. You know, in the, with the, yeah, there were, I think, to me, it's slightly missing, or maybe, you know, this is my biased way of looking at the world, where my frame of reference is New York and Tokyo and Kyoto and New Orleans in between. So it's much, much, much denser. And I think if you're trying to encourage sort of pedestrian pathways and interaction as an urban condition, it seems like it's a little bit bland and sprawled out. And the street and the density building relative to the streets, not, it's a little bit sprawled out and non-intentional, generic. I think you need to create certain kind of a moments with your building massing or what have you to provide that kind of density and maybe release, compression and tension in the urban space. And then, you know, in that scheme of things, you know, some of the programs could start to come in to kind of dictate these catalyst a moment in a program. And, you know, I have a really hard time understanding the location why that is a catalyst, aside from the fact that you were trying to, again, bridge, or you were berming it up the train tracks or something to provide access to the river, but it's not close enough to the river, so on and so forth. So I think that, to me, you know, going back to the street design and making that more intentional seems to be the missed opportunity or the link that I think could have made this, you know, more potent, so to speak.
It's time.
Leandra, could you go back a few slides, maybe 3 or 4, with the street? Yeah, this one right here. I see a lot of potential in this idea, where you're kind of like talking about an urban lamination, right? Like, let's say strips of activities are laminated next to each other. This happens in a lot of cities, but I feel like, you know, in this part of LA, it could work if you think of the, let's say, dimensions of the gaps as being programmatically adjacent, as you kind of lay down. Some strips are for circulatory reasons, and other strips are for, let's say, other kinds of retail or dining opportunities. The other thing about the triangle is that, you know, typically someone would tell you triangles are hard to program because of the acute angle that you arrive at the end. But here, I feel like your diagram is more of a trapezoid than a triangle. And the productive opportunity there is that anytime you introduce these kinds of angles that approach each other, you're incidentally creating a forced perspective. And the forced perspective, I mean, you know, I think that's one opportunity, at least in her representation we're drawing. You can think about what the forced perspective would do to someone who's either on foot or on a bird. I mean, we have scooters. I don't know if you guys have scooters. You probably have scooters too, or bicycles. I mean, you know, people don't only drive in LA. People also use other, you know, speeds of, travel. And scooters are becoming super, super common in downtown LA. And I was just kind of imagining, as you approach that forced perspective, you know, like typically, I mean, in the case of Borromini, the idea of the forced perspective creates this kind of, let's say, endpoint that frames the importance of the endpoint. And I think, you know, in your plan, I didn't really see that, but I think it's something worth thinking about for you.
If we could maybe get back just to the view of the building itself.
The perspective or the plan?
No, just the ground floor, whatever. Yeah, let's take this. Another thing talking, just to continue what we started. Yeah, first of all, I think that the triangle eventually is not fully a triangle. Maybe that's an issue or not. But I'm wondering again and talking, architecturally speaking, you would have created more issues if you had inverted it. But I think in terms of relationships, if these become the buildings, first of all, you would have towards the exterior, you would have defined the triangle, if we imagine it is one, I don't know, the relationship towards the exterior, those kind of views would have been somehow clarified through the fact that we have a real building at the angle and not this kind of gallery. And the other advantage, coming back to the point that I made previously about the orientation of the building not being clear, or having neither orientation towards the outside nor really to the courtyard, is in this case, you would have started to have an interesting potential, I believe, between, these exterior spaces to somehow have a bit more, tension, relationship views than what you have done now, because from here to there and to there, essentially, we don't have the opportunity for a visual exchange. So just an idea, architecturally speaking. But then again, obviously, it creates some problems because, to design a corner, it comes with some issues in regards of, for example, the circulation and you have some darker areas, which are a reason not to do it, but still.
Thank you so much, Leandra. I think that we need to move also to the next student. Great work, Leandra. So next student, I think that it was Ivan, right? I can see. Yeah, I can see you.
I'm here. Let me share my screen. Great. Okay. All right. Can everybody see that?
It's loading.
No.
Now, okay, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Okay. Hi, so I'm Evan. The name of my proposal is Tri-Laminate, and the focus of the proposal is creating a building that has an educational twist to it and provides the community with the assets it needs. So the first thing to understand the building is the site. And the boulevards are significant to siting the building as they connect the three major districts in the area, that being Chinatown, Little Tokyo, and the Arts District. The intersection of the roads created an opportunity that was dubbed the cultural intersection, which became the anchoring point of the site. And then from here, a funnel was created with a giant slope that goes through the middle of the site. And is framed by two long buildings, and the slope goes down 30 feet and goes underneath the boulevard to the cultural intersection. And from there, one would be able to walk from the top of the slope all the way down to the level of the bottom of the LA River. Here's the final master plan. The building was sited on the anchoring point of the site, since it's essentially a threshold between the bottom of the river and the street. And then here's a closer look of the building on the site. And here's a look of how the site interacts with the building when sloping downward. So you see from the left, it slopes down and goes underneath, and then the building has a sky bridge it's being cut through, and then it can exit out to the LA River. So here's the plan of that, and that's the level above where we see that. So the next step was integrating specific program. So one of the original buildings on the original site before it was reorganized was this after school program called Beyond the Bell, which was an elementary school and middle school program after school, so that an educational aspect was added to the building in addition to the media tech program. So the arrangement of each program was distributed into 3 blocks here. Beyond the Bell being on the top left, the exhibit underneath, and the media tech to the right. And all of them interact with each other, but they can still act as separate entities if needed to. So here's an axon, what the building looks like on the site. And then here's a vertical circulation. So this was very important so that people could enter the building from either the street level or from the river level without needing to go up the entire slope in the middle of the site to just make traversing it easier. And then also treating the building as a means of traversing publicly to accommodate more people. So on the first floor, which starts at the grade of the river, there's a large sculpture garden that has trees on the edges so that the pedestrians on the street level can interact with the tree canopies. The sculpture garden is adjacent to the exhibit space entrance, allowing access into the building from the plaza space. The next level is the exhibit space continued, which also leads to a small amphitheater outside, which leads to us to the 3rd level. So now we're at the street level, and we can see the top of the auditorium here on the top left. And it's across from the cafe, and it connects to the Media Tech building via Sky Bridge, which also allows for people to cross underneath so that they can traverse to the LA River. On the next slide, so continued, the Media Tech building is on the bottom, and the Sky Bridge has a 2nd level, which can open up to a multi-purpose space for both the Beyond the Bell after school programs, or the library itself can open it up and use that space to accommodate events outside. This is the Beyond the Bell program continued, and that's the final plan. This is a structure of the building. It's made of mass timber, so this is cutting through the Media Tech section of it, and this is cutting through the Beyond the Bell and the exhibit space, and partially the Media Tech building as well. So here's a perspective into that plaza space. Here's a perspective of the elevation of Beyond the Bell, of the entrance of the Media Tech building, interior of the Media Tech, and this is Beyond the Bell on the topmost level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan.
I'll just quickly say, again, I don't know what's in the water, but the drawings are really nice. You know, the plan is really well organized, I think. And I think your control of line work is worth commending, right? Like, I think it's important to let the student know when they do something well. And I think, you know, interesting as compared to the previous project when I was talking about the idea of lamination and adjacencies between the strips. I think you are kind of doing it here, which is pretty great. Layers of spaces and layers of programs, or even like strips of programs are you know, placed next to one another. Recalling the Parc de la Villette proposal from OMA, which I'm sure you all talked about or looked at. You know, I think this idea of the adjacent spaces or adjacent programs that are mismatching but placed right next to another could create these kinds of, let's say, interesting chemical reactions. I also, I mean, I don't know. I know, again, like, I think you guys are very well-meaning as a group. I feel like I've gotten used to LA people who are just talking mostly nonsense a lot of the time. And, you know, no one's trying to do any good, which is interesting too. But y'all are trying to do some good, which is great. But at the same time, I feel like, you know, not that I promote cynicism at all. I don't. But there's, I was on a review with someone at Cooper Union recently, and the conversation was, you can't teach edge. And it's really funny as a comment, right? You can't teach edge. And I think edge is sort of what after seeing 4 projects so far, you guys have the, let's say, faculty skills to draw so well
but I'm kind of like looking for some kind of edge, if that makes sense. I don't know if the use of the word edge means something to you, Evan, but since you draw so well, yeah, I think maybe one of the key differences in terms of like culture of the school is that after teaching here in LA for so long, every project seems to be an opportunity to present an argument about the city, right? It's less so just designing a nice building or do a nice thing or do good for the culture, right? But to present an argument for the city or an argument about an aspect of architecture. And, you know, whether or not that's edge, I don't know. But I think, you know, it's something worth thinking about since you're at a pretty critical point in your education, right? Like you're going on to past the midpoint of your education. You know, consider edge maybe.
Yeah.
So we will all think about the definition of edge, which you didn't give us, but no, but I agree. You know, with many of those comments. Again, the quality of the presentation. I guess it's too early for a summary, but I can say, because I also have to leave a bit earlier, that the quality seems to be very, very high. More precisely, for example, to this drawing, I do believe, however, maybe afterwards, if we can also see the section in this direction. I think you seem to have in your master, you seem to have a very strong gesture, you know, to funnel. I think you used the word funnel.
Yes, funnel and flow.
And so I think this section here, I'm just trying to fully understand. So I guess that this green park that you're funneling down, you know, or right, the green park will also have some kind of pedestrian quality. So can you, I was just wondering again, for pedestrian moving towards the east, what do you see as the main movements and how does your building react to it? I think you have a building which seems to work on several levels. I think also I'm a bit confused about what are the lower levels. So the street is actually elevated, is that right?
Yeah, so the street is as it normally would be. Where the site was excavated, so that it was just everything is at grade. That's normal. So that all is excavated, and the idea is in our master plan too. The revitalization of the LA River was a big proponent to it. So we wanted to interact with it in some way, and it might have been a little edgy, if you will, to do such an extreme move, but I think that allowed for an opportunity to embrace it, and that's what we wanted to do, or I wanted to do with it. So
wait, so you excavated?
So the idea
decided.
Yes,
this the master plan
in the
decision.
master plan. Yes, this was in the master plan to excavate the entire portion to allow that slope to happen, which maybe is not that realistic, but for the sake of working with it, this is what the proposal ended up being.
Interesting. So do you have some reference? Did Foster not do something like this in France? Or, I mean, you have like, but if you're doing this, so somehow you can walk underneath the street.
Yeah,
this becomes your main entrance?
To a degree,
maybe if you can now go back to the floor
Yeah.
plans. And it would have been nice, I don't know, do you have this section also at a larger scale as a more architectural? Because I think it was an urban scale that you were showing us.
I don't have one that cuts through the actual
right.
But I have these two ones.
I think it would be really useful, and it is not like a positive or a negative criticism about the project itself. It's about how you communicate it. I think this is, you know, which leads to the question. It seems like, again, the movement between those different levels. It seems like, you know, I think it's an elegant architectural proposal. It seems, you know, could you show again where are the main public or semi-public opportunities to move?
Yeah, so there's actually a lot of opportunities. So I'll show those. This actually, can you see my mouse cursor at all or no? Okay. This entire level is outside, so this is like you can enter this from the street level, and then you can go down to the exhibit space from here, or if you came from the river, you can choose to go up the exhibit space from the bottom. And then also on the right with the MediaTek building, by the entrances, I have these large like stairs that just go up through. So you would have to go through the building, but it spits you out closer to the entrance, so you don't have to stay in there if you don't want to. That for me, having people go through the building was one of the most important parts, but I also did realize there needed to be an opportunity at night for people to go down. So in my axon here, there's that external staircase as well, which leads directly to also the entrance of the exhibit space in plan here. You can see that. So there's plenty of ways to traverse. It's just about which way you're coming from.
So there would be more dotted lines here, is that right? I think, you know, the whole, I mean, you have a project which is it's very well drawn, but I think it's quite complex in terms of section. So I think that would have been a nice addition, but it seems like the movement now is clearer to me, and your project seems to really underline this opportunity. So I think it's a nice project that combines urban and architectural priorities.
Thank you.
All right, so just quickly, I think I like it was relatively easy to follow when you say, oh, we're connecting 3 cultures or 3 districts.
Yeah. And
I'm wondering if there's a Chinatown and Japantown and Little Tokyo, if you're referencing an art district, you're referencing these things.
Yes.
How does those things come together as a form or quality of the space that perhaps?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm like sitting.
Ahead.
I'm sitting. Just back to the comment. There's not a lot of green spaces. I'm in one right now, right? And I'm pretty much sitting 1 block away from your site right now. But back to Kentaro's question, how do they come together? They don't. They just don't. They don't come together. In fact, the lines are so crisp, meaning like you can actually feel that you've walked from one part of town to another, and there's no connection between the towns. And I don't see the lack of connection as a problem. It's actually just a feature. It's a feature of LA, Right. Let's say the urban the urban sensibilities just change very drastically the moment you cross it. So I don't really see a need to connect the 3 of them, to be honest.
Okay.
Well, so again, that's up to you, Evan. Then you probably want to recognize a prevailing context, but then maybe you can say it's necessary from other reasons. I don't know, but I think I think you need to position and take a stake on the approach a little bit more, or dig down the analysis of the existing culture relative, because the building, again, everybody's praising, it's a good thing that I feel like it could be anywhere, right? And what is it that makes this particular tailored to this particular site and this particular moment, so on and so forth, is one way to look at it. The other way to look at it, the possibility is, okay, these are, I think there's some flexibility implied in the program where these buildings could morph into absorb other programs. The program's not necessarily the same. The things have to be reused. You're talking about timber. How does those tectonic issues manifest as a potential building form or expression is perhaps, again, we're talking about future. We're not talking about this particular execution quite yet, but as a potential something to think about.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Great work,
Yep.
Evan.
Thank you.
So next student will be Alex. Yeah.
Share my screen. What's going on here?
Maybe while waiting, I think what's, to me, not knowing LA, it seems to be an interesting question as to what extent architectural monuments play a certain role. What I'm surprised about is that, and maybe that's a good thing, the proposals that we have seen until now have all been relatively modest. So I think, for example, we had a big urban gesture here, but a architectural proposal, which I thought was kind of elegant, whatever reference you could look like, but very modest in terms of, in comparison to the urban gesture. So this just intrigues me.
Yeah, no, it's true. And Eric, hopefully you don't jinx us. Hopefully we don't suddenly see immodest proposals.
Can y'all see everything? Is everything good? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. Hello. My name is Alex Rich, and I am very excited to share with you my project, Fabrication, a fashion design education center. This project aims to revitalize downtown LA by engaging the community with creativity and bringing a green space. There is a very rich cultural significance to the site that we are given in downtown LA. Here we have all of the districts that are around site, and our site is located within the heart of it. Here is the proposed master plan with the current site and the existing conditions that need to be kept. So to revitalize the site, I created 4 urban catalysts within the community to revitalize the life. Along with the catalysts introduced, I add a mobility loop that contains a specific route for biking and clean energy transportation that also connects the site to greater LA. Here is an axon of the site with the catalyst all in red. The catalyst divides the space up into 4 districts. This district is, this catalyst is connected to the river. Along with being connected to the river and revitalizing the river, it has an ecological benefit of retaining and collecting water to redistribute to LA. The second catalyst has a strong connection to downtown. It has a movie theater, restaurants, nightclub, as well as PV panels on the roof to collect energy for the site. Third catalyst focuses on the inner community. It includes mental health services, daycare, and a gym. Lastly, there's the fabrication library, which is very connected to education because of its proximity to the art district and to Sci-Arc, which is right there. The ecological benefit is of the catalyst is adding more green space to create and vegetation to reduce carbon emissions. And as well, it has a program of recycling old textiles to make them into new pieces that people can wear or give out and donate to people around them. Here is the building on the site. I also want to reemphasize the mobility loop and how it doesn't just connect the 4 catalysts together, but it connects greater LA and that the catalyst lays on this mobility loop so people from all around LA can have easy access to coming to this catalyst. Here is it in the master plan. You can see to the right of it, there's a big plaza next to the building, and behind it, there's a park, as well as park that runs along the river. So we start with our boundaries. Then we end a 5x5 grid. Then we add every 20 feet, we add a column, which allows us to establish our vertical core, which allows us to a series of boxes which help us define space. The black boxes is program that is closed. The gray boxes is a program that is open, and the white boxes are courtyards and light wells. Each of these spaces create a unique environment, and as the building moves up, these boxes shift for the fluidity of program. This allows us to help establish pregnant walls. These pregnant walls help bring together all these, kind of connect them all together, letting glass so that people can see into the closed program and into the courtyards. These walls can help embrace the courtyards and help bring the nature into the building by allowing these views. The first plan allows the building to engage the outside world. The main program is educational rooms that can be turned into multi-use spaces, but is very interactive, and its main goal is to interact with people of the community and people coming in. The second floor still focuses on education, but it's a lot less interactive. There's these breakout rooms that are more private, so a little bit more quiet, less social. The third floor is focused on design studios that allow people to create textiles and clothes that they can bring home, give to presents, donate. And it also is less interactive than the first floor. And because it doesn't rain that much in LA, I decided to like the fourth floor space, a rooftop, which includes a cafe and other spaces for the special program, which is textile, so like screen printing and dyeing clothes. And this floor is also very interactive, more social. So it's like a sandwich. The first floor is interactive, and the two floors in the middle are a little less interactive, but then the last floor on the top is more interactive. Here's a section. It really shows the volumes and how they change, which allows for more fluidity for program. And you can also see these balconies that jag into the courtyard, which allows for people to interact with each other on different floors. Here's the section perspective, and you can kind of see just all the life that can happen inside the building, as well as on the bottom floor, like these multi-use space and how these courtyards interact with these spaces. So I wanted to have a screen that wraps around the whole building. So the strategy for the screen was basically I wanted to control the amount of light that each closed program was getting. So I wanted those closed programs to get their light from these white courtyard spaces, and then other places that are not touching a courtyard to get more light from the outside. So an elevation of that screen kind of looks like this. Into perspective. And you can really see the closer we get, the different scales of the screen that allows for different opacities. Axon, and you can very clearly view the rooftop. And so then this is this one environment, this unclosed program. So this open floor that you can see down and see all this library space. This is one of the courtyards, looking into the courtyard and into like a kid's playroom or a daycare center. This is one of those closed programs, and this is showing like the multi-use of that space, whether it could be used as a classroom, or they can take all that furniture out and it can be used as like an art gallery space. And then at night, this screen really is more porous, and you can really see through into the building. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
So do you see, again, you urbanistically speaking, you took the decision here deliberately to set back from the sidewalk. And so you did this in order to have some green space and an entrance area. And which one here, by the way, is the main one? You know, we see one in the middle and one a little bit to the right.
That one on the right is the main one.
And what's happening in the middle?
It's just extra plaza space.
We just had the comment previously about the program that existed or still exists now in New York to step back. Developers would be allowed to have more development rights if they step back from the street to offer to the public a publicly accessible space. So you call this, and I think they called it the Plaza program or whatever. I'm just wondering what you do here. I know these are it's terribly boring, and we are just coming back to the most fundamental urban design questions. How does a building help its surroundings to somehow be more lively, to have more pedestrian qualities? So if you call this a plaza, then why would anybody go there?
Guess like take a book outside and read and enjoy the beautiful weather of LA.
I think it's all there again. Like your colleagues, you're very strong in graphic representation, but I would, with slight changes, you could somehow relate, create a real relationship between inside and outside, which here also, you showed many nice diagrams, but you almost showed more diagrams than actual plans. And I think some of those diagrams could include the relationship to the exterior. I think that, your urban plan allows for it, but eventually that's what I think the community wants to see, and I think it's there. It's not a contradiction of what you're doing, but I think maybe this is a bit too, the aesthetics are very strong, but, I think try to combine the aesthetics with, a visualization of urban life, that, for urban design purposes. Another point, maybe just, without monopolizing the topic, but it's the story that you're telling us about, but I mean, this is not a criticism of your work particularly. I think architects, we're not particularly strong in, telling the narrative, in this case of a catalyst, that it's supposed to help the community. I was wondering, at a certain point, you mentioned this kind of textile, the opportunities for people. So people would go there and recycle and then take it back home. Again, I think yeah.
Yeah, the idea would be like there'd be places for people to drop off textile instead of throwing it out. And then they would donate it to people to teach people how to sew or have people be able to make their own clothes. Kind of this counter fast fashion. Sorry.
It would be interesting here to see eventually, as architects, we don't take those decisions. The question is, there are some functions that have a certain potential to be taken on for an architectural project? And that's where I'm wondering if there could have been more opportunities, because eventually I understand that you have a concept with some closed boxes. And then again, it's an interesting relationship between positive and negative space, surrounding space and enclosed space. So there's a lot of potential there. My question would be, which I think remains a little bit unanswered, is what potential do those, those activities offer architecturally speaking? Can they be shown? Could there be more on the ground floor in order to enliven, as I just said? Invite people because it's something different. It's a process that they would usually, it's an opportunity to bring back, the topic of production in the city is one that is, for the last years has been very important. So I think you have potential in your proposal, but then somehow it goes a little bit under, more aesthetical considerations of how to present it.
Yeah, maybe just to jump in on this conversation, Alex, I think, no, I agree. The work is super nice, but maybe a little too nice, if that makes sense. So what do I mean by this, right? I think, when you talk about fabrication, construction, or maybe even textile assembly, the space that you propose is so sterile. The aesthetics of the thing that you propose is very sterile. It's almost as though I'm looking at an office environment as opposed to a production environment, right? So maybe to Eric's point, what is within the control of a designer or an architect? You know, to say that, you know, the space, I mean, to just to prepare a space that's embracing the mess is something that we can anticipate for, right, as far as designers go. I also want to say, I mean, I don't know, like aesthetically speaking, in terms of the production environment, right, in Los Angeles, everyone I know who does some degree of CA, construction administration in LA, somehow eventually understands some Spanish. It's just that, I mean, the world is just like that here in LA. You know, like I hang out a lot with a Japanese American friend. She was born in Japan. Her English is not even that great, but you know, somehow she understands Spanish because she's doing site work all the time, right? I say this because, you know, aesthetically, you know, the culture in LA, like the, I mean, there's, you know, yes, there's the people who produce, but then I guess I'm trying to say something about maybe, I mean, as you're unable to be on the ground and observe the aesthetics of the people who are in, and because what I'm responding this way because you say community, right? Like, who is the community? Like, what are you? Who are you thinking about, right? And I'm trying to paint a picture of who's out there doing things. Everyone speaks Spanish. They're second, third, sometimes fourth generation immigrants, and you know, not everyone's willing to get their hands dirty, but the people who do, they all speak Spanish. And you know, I think it's something worth thinking about. Like, what spaces are you preparing for? And you know, yeah, it's probably not an office.
Good. Can you go back to the master plan again, Alex?
Mm-hmm.
I think that now that I remember, so there was, you know, the three catalysts connected by the transportation. What kind of transportation, for instance, we're talking about, yeah, what kind of transportation are we talking about here that connects the three catalysts to the larger network of LA?
Yeah, so the street is designed so there's two-way traffic with cars, and then on each side of the street there's a path for clean energy vehicles, so scooters and bikes.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, I think the as far, again, I don't know LA that well, but I think one of the key ingredients in urbanism in LA perhaps has something to do with transportation. And you're starting to get into that. So, you know, diagrams, the street section, typical street section, the layers that Jimenez talked about in terms of modality of transportation and how that interacts with the building in the urban fabric in a building perhaps is one thing that you can run with and you know, create a narrative between. And if that comes into play, I think some of those issues like the plazas, how does that get used? What is the narrative? And also, okay, the people who come to fabricate, what kind of path do they take? What time do they come? What time do they go? So on and so forth. And it will probably liven up and get a sense of how the site and the building gets more occupied in a daily, day-to-day. And I think those are perhaps, again, missed opportunities. And then that brings you project to the next level. Again, we're just projecting, right? In future, or if you do this again, what kind of, because time is not infinite, So, you guys are already doing a lot, but something to think about.
That's true. Thank you so much.
And maybe, sorry, just, I see, again, seeing this master plan, I think maybe sometimes, like, don't overcomplicate things. I very much appreciate, not to be like a purist and minimalist for neither, but I think you are maybe trying to reconcile in this master plan as much as in the architecture a bit too many ideas. I think also your architecture presentation, I think doing a model, a physical model, would probably be very useful, because I have the impression that it would lose a little bit of the aesthetics that you are showing us in 2D plans. I think there's too much going on, from the boxes to then the walls, then the skin, which becomes a little bit in the skin, the way you wrap it around your building starts to actually also explain why the building doesn't relate so well to the exterior. So I think it's a bit an overcomplication. Try to take some stuff out of that. I'm sorry. It was a fantastic. Thanks for inviting me. I unfortunately, for various reasons, have to leave. But I'm happy that I was there. It's an honor, and to the group, particularly fantastic drawings, and to combine urban design with an architectural proposal is very, very tough. And so I'm excited to see this. Thank you.
Well, just the opposite. Thank you so much, Eric, for making time to join us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice
Bye-bye.
meeting you. Bye.
Well, and thank you so much, Alex, for sharing your proposal. Breen will be next one.
Hello. Let me share my screen. Okay, do we all see this?
Perfect, Breen.
Okay, wonderful. Hello, my name is Bryn McConnell, and this is my project titled Kinetic Nature, a School for Dance, Music, and Art. And this is the site located here in the heart of downtown Los Angeles. And for the master plan design, we focused on rethinking the transportation systems and access to this site, putting residents in proximity to these historical landmarks, as well as what existing green space exists in the area, without needing to own a vehicle. And this was the original design, which I tweaked slightly to allow for to accommodate the Catalyst building represented in purple, which extends off of the main pedestrian boulevard. And then here in figure ground, the building form and shape follows the same language of the rectilinear buildings on the site. And for the concept of the project, it is inspired by the theories and philosophies of dance theorist Rudolf von Laban. So he's most famous for developing this system of notation to record dance movement and steps in the 1800s, before they could do that with film. And to briefly explain, it reads vertically left to right. This line here is referred to as the spine, and symbols on the left and right side correspond with dance steps on the left and right side of your body. And as well as being a dancer and choreographer, he was also an artist and philosopher, and wrote about the importance of cross-disciplinary collaboration and how he brought that into his own work, and would bring artists together and teach these dance classes in open fields and open settings, because he also wrote about the importance of being connected to nature to live a happier and healthier life, and thinking that he existed 200 years ago, just how important that idea is today. So how do we design architecture to promote those ideas, serving musicians, dancers, and artists? I started with a 5x5 grid that's randomized to create this binary code type patterning for the facade of opaque and transparent elements. This patterning is then reversed on the second story. So in elevation, we see that inspiration of the Laban notation. I then established north-south access points and east-west circulation through the building. These are the vertical cores, and there's a multitude of open air courtyards and light wells. And this is and then an addition of open air balconies on the second story. And this is the central strategy for which we foster collaboration by physically and visibly connecting artists through the spaces. I studied this idea here with a model, and the dynamic created between, or the dynamic created around this transparent element in the building. Below there are dancers and above there are musicians and artists, and how they can sense and feel each other through the building and be inspired by one another's creativity. The courtyards also, the windows slide vertically to allow them to be fully open air, to allow for cross ventilation, because LA has a very favorable climate, and there wouldn't be a need for like an HVAC system for the majority of the year. And because the building is designed for movement, I minimize the number of fixed volumes to just the back of house elements. And then on the second story, this includes meeting spaces. There are also double-heighted spaces that extrude through the second story and through the roof. And then for the interior walls, I loosely follow the same patterning system to create those sight lines and enhance the visibility. And then looking at the circulation in reverse, on the ground floor, you see the access and circulation, but then on the second story, it becomes an open floor plan. And there's a multitude of programs and functions throughout the building, which aren't separated into districts, but are intermixed amongst each other. The main features being education spaces, and then that open floor plan, which becomes a collective work studio. Then here, with a roof and plaza view, we see the access points from the pedestrian strip. There's also a stage and pavilions, and then on top of the building, solar panels and a roof deck. And putting those elements together, we can see the final shape and form of the building. And then here on the first floor plan, reading it from left to right, we have a collective studio, theater, dance classrooms, practice studios for the musicians, ensemble classrooms, a museum, and a library. And the main feature on the ground floor, these rotating walls and windows, which creates a natural flow from the exterior. So you can imagine that people could gather here to watch this dance class from the plaza, or stop in through the museum on their way to work or wherever they're going. And here are some perspective views of those rotating walls and how they function. And then on the second story, this is the collective work studio, designed to allow for artists of any discipline to work together in one space. And with the inclusion of the double-heighted spaces, you can imagine that here is a costume shop that's working on a production for the dancers that are in rehearsal below. There's also offices for the administration, a tech lab, and then a student lounge to further foster that collaboration between the artists and students here. Here's an example of that double-headed space and how it allows for people to be inspired by one another's creativity and their craft. And then these are the three different open air elements: the balconies, light wells, and courtyards. And then those three together in a section view, along with the other workspaces and classrooms. And then here's that same view built with the model. And another east-west perspective and section view. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Rain.
Can you again go back to the master plan again, please? What was the particular attitude? I think I heard you mention, there's some transportation bent. So you're going to be living in this community without cars, is that right?
Yeah, so the demographic of the area primarily do not own cars. So the focus for the master plan was to redesign the transportation system, particularly the metro line, which extends off.
Which is
it's represented
the
with the
pink?
pink squiggly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it extends off of the highway, and then has to go up and over the bridge to get over the water. So it's actually elevated over the site, which is a big point of contention. But then that was that last project. Then this is now this project.
And where are the station locations and so on and so forth? Where did people get off? Or
there's a station right here, and then a station here, and a station right here. So 2 within 5-minute walking distance of this building here.
Okay. And the reason, the reason why one side is sort of a large scale industrial building and the other side is, I presume, smaller one is the residential. Why is that?
Both buildings have residential and commercial functions. It was more just sort of creating that quieter neighborhood of denser residential, but then also with commercial and retail below those spaces and community functions. So it wasn't a sharp divide. It was more just in the massing of the design.
So are you saying on the sort of south side of the larger buildings have residential components there as well?
That was the idea, yes, but also not like that fleshed out of like.
Could you go to one of your plans?
Mm-hmm. These plans are the line drawings.
Line drawings. Yeah, could you stay on this plan? Yeah, this is a beautiful plan. Just fantastic drawing. Also, I feel like, the, let's say, loose fitting figure ground relationship between what's maybe like a room to practice in versus like passages to be next to. I find the spatial organization to be super well done. And again, the execution of the line work is really, really fantastic. I also really like that you studied it, using models. I find that productive. However, I think, there's something about, let's say, the materiality of the model making that eventually made it into the aesthetics of the, let's say, idea of elevations and facades. Just thinking about Herzog and de Meuron's La Bande Dance Center, which is, probably exactly on point, right? Since you started there, the facade of the La Bande Dance Center from Herzog and de Meuron is something where the color scheme using the materiality creates this kind of like pretty subtle gradient, and it introduces a sense of lightness to the notion of movement, layering of translucencies. If you see someone as merely a silhouette or a shadow as they dance, versus when you think about the reflectivity of certain material that is meant to be gloss. I think that's one aspect I would encourage you to develop further. I think the aesthetics of downtown Los Angeles, or the idea about an LA atmosphere, can be really well, let's say, documented in the paintings of Ed Ruscha. I love the plan, and I'm saying something about the elevations and materiality, and I hope you can, apply your sensibility to, again, I use the word lightness. I'm trying to encourage you to apply your sensibility to the facade and
material development. Yeah.
So maybe we dwell on this drawing just a little bit. And do you have an immediate context, that the site context that you developed along with it? I mean, one of the, I guess, the quintessential quality and the climate of California is that, although that's changing, in the kind of looseness of the boundaries between inside and outside. And I think you're starting to get at that from a building perspective. But when you talk about, for instance, the practice rooms that you can open up and you can enjoy from outside, we don't know what that outside condition is like in this plan, right? So I think one of the key in this studio is to develop that intermediate scale between urban and the building. And I think you really owe it to yourself to do that. Do you have a site plan? Yeah.
Yeah, I have the plaza.
Yeah, unfortunately, but that you're showing a roof plan, right?
Ground floor plan.
Ground floor occupation is where the things happen on one simple level. So we really want to see that, and then think about, again, transportation modalities and so on and so forth. I think it's the key. The other thing I was just kind of curious, and I agree with Jimenez about the model. I think the way you make the model, I don't know how iteratively you made those models, but the craft and materiality models somehow comes in conflict with what the expression of the plan or the section suggest. But in any case, it's a heavily textured imagery. Can you talk about what those imply in perhaps that one, or maybe in the section that I saw? You have a section, it's a take apart. Yeah. What are they like? The floors, for instance, have this grainy black and white thing on it, and
yeah, well, the floor plates are a
can you go to that zoom into one of the
like this one?
Yeah,
so that's like a concrete texture that's also treated with like a shiny glossy top coat to kind of imply like brushed concrete. And then the facade is I guess you can see through here, it's walnut wood. And then on the roof is a painted like texture of implying plants and natural elements. But then there's also like, I don't know, I guess there's yeah.
Well, why is that appropriate for for this program as some kind of dance institute? Am I right?
In
other words, for instance, concrete. If you're dancing, normally dance floors are a little bit more bouncier and softer on the body relative to its function.
Actual dance studios require sprung floors and marley. I suppose I just kind of forgot about that. But the goal with this was, because the section perspective was introduced as like the big deliverable for this project, I thought it'd be interesting to do that in a different way. Also not binding myself to the computer for like 2 months straight, but to actually bring a level of craft into this project, with the idea of bringing together different disciplines.
Well,
Sorry, not to belabor this. Oh, wait, are we done?
well, no, please, Jimenez.
Oh, I was going to say not to belabor this point. I think the burnt mark of the laser cut, and like I think there's just something about the craft of the model. Again, I love that you work with the model, but I think in another project, another studio project, I can just see how you have really great craft in your plan making, and your treatment of line work is just, again, like I say, the word lightness, right? But there's a heaviness to the model in itself that really dominates the aesthetics of the project. And I think a dance center, hopefully with a different degree of lightness, would really benefit your project.
Okay, thank you so much, Reem. Well, Kentaro Jimenez, we had a schedule for a few minutes ago, actually, a break. I don't know what you feel. Do you want to keep going? Or do you think that you need a break, a short break?
Let's take a 5-minute break and come back.
Okay.
If you don't mind, yeah.
Yeah, of course. So let's have just these 5-minute breaks and then we can just come back.
I'm back.
Taro, hi.
Hey. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine. So we are a bit behind the
Behind,
schedule.
yeah, we got to speed up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm on the review with margaritas in the afternoon,
Oh,
starting at 1:30 exactly. So,
well, I guess that now as we are only two reviewers, I guess that it will be faster. You know, I didn't want to interrupt you because the conversations were
yeah.
so interesting before. You know that I was enjoying a lot and learning always a lot. But I guess that we should try to push a little bit. So I think that well, I don't know if Jimenez is here. But Ben, are you the next one, right? Okay, so
yeah.
Ben,
Can you
if
hear
you
me
can,
okay?
yes, if you can just, make full screen while we wait to Jimenez. I don't know if he's there. Jimenez, sorry, I don't know if you are there. I guess that he's still not here.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh, okay, perfect. Sorry. So if you want, Ben, what we can do is we can just continue.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. Hello, my name is Ben Cornett, and my project is called Bridging the Gap, the Catalyst, the Site, and the Vertical Fund. So beginning with the previous master plan from earlier this semester, it is composed of 6 districts that seek to connect outward with the city and the surrounding suburbs while also bringing people inward. The first district is a continuation of the existing arts district and connects with the SciArc school and its student body. Then we have the pre-existing municipal district composed of preserved civic buildings on the site. Then the nature and parks, which is focused on reconnecting LA with the river and revitalizing the river. And then lastly, and most importantly, the food, cultural, and mutual aid districts, which are the focal point of the site and this urban catalyst project. They connect with many of the surrounding neighborhoods through mutual aid programs such as social housing, targeting mainly Skid Row. They also hold the headquarters of Homeboy Industries, an LA-based nonprofit that focuses on food security and job creation by hiring ex-gang affiliated and formerly incarcerated people to work in food production and distribution. And this is placed in the preserved warehouse building on the site, that very long building in the top left. And then there's also a vertical farm, which seeks to reconnect LA with their food sources by putting food production on display for the public and introducing the concept of urban farming, which takes up less land area, uses less water, and employs renewable energy, which is important in addressing problems LA faces, such as drought and sprawl. So back to the master plan, we're going to focus on that food and culture district, primarily the vertical farm. And then the updated master plan here. Then we locate that site, that's the food and culture district, the catalyst, which has absorbed the vertical farm, and the vertical farm, which has become an end condition to capture light, as well as the attention of visitors. Then we employ 2 axes that connect the vertical farm to the rest of the master plan, as well as LA. Zooming in, we can see these axes and how they organize program across the site. As well as we can see the preserved warehouse building, which has been split by the axes into a distribution center for Homeboy Industries, the Homeboy Industries headquarters, and a grocery store for the master plan. The catalyst has also been split as well to create a porous ground floor that fits in with the rest of the master plan. So moving along that east-west axis, we start with the main plaza, which is the vertical farm plaza, located directly in front of the vertical farm. My precedent for this was a vertical farm in Jackson, Wyoming, called Vertical Harvest, that has a clear facade facing the public that allows sunlight inside as well as views. My facade is completely glass as well as the roof structure on top, only above the vertical farm, serving a functional purpose as well as creating a dialogue between the vertical farm and the spectators on the plaza. Next, we have a sculpture garden that is just a continuation of a gallery inside the Catalyst and provides outdoor program. I'll talk about that more later. Then the urban plaza, which is the other main plaza of this project, located as an end condition of the north-south axis of my project. The precedent for this was the Centre Pompidou in Paris due to its large urban plaza that frames the building, placing its structure and systems on display. The building also acts as a medium through which to display art, which is something I wanted to emanate. So in mine, I similarly wanted that idea of the spectacle, displaying structure and the complex systems of the project, and using the facade to advertise exhibitions, for example. And then that urban plaza becomes a large space for performers, skateboarders, movement. Next, we have entrance garden on the left, which is an transitional space when entering the site before reaching that wide open plaza. It's more intimate and calm. We have an outdoor market between the two halves of the warehouse building, and then a community garden that continues this theme of food production and allows residents of the master plan to produce their own food. This is how it connects with the rest of the master plan, with the main boulevards of the master plan. And then circulation on the site, which is mostly off these main two axes, allowing visitors direct access to the Catalyst building, as well as engagement with the program located along the axes. Looking at the site Exxon, and then zooming in, we can see the vertical farm is an end condition with that complete glass enclosure. It's very unique compared to the other parts of the building. And then the expression of structure in that vertical farm is also expressed on the main facade of the building, creating many spaces for balconies and outdoor circulation to engage with the pleasant weather of LA. And then program diagram, we have two main volumes. The taller volume holds the vertical farm and all of the program relating to the education of the community about urban farming. And then the lower volume is more general program like the lobby, administration, gallery. Then the vertical cores, the main feature being the monumental stair that is in the center of the project off the main north-south axis. And then the section perspective, you can see that central stairway again in more detail and how it connects with that north-south axis. And then I also want to call attention to the unique MediaTek and vertical farm structures on the left, which hang independently above the floor on their own structural systems. Also the roof system, which plays another key role in uniting the building and its systems. So my precedent for the suspended structure of the vertical farm and MediaTek was the Moiho Fine Arts Library at Cornell University. I appreciate how it emphasizes the program being suspended, creating a structural expression of program. This is how that structure fits into the project. It's kind of inserted from the roof. And then this is a visualization of that system in the MediaTek. And then the roof system, which plays an important role in the overall functioning of the building. It captures light as well as solar energy using solar panels and rainwater to use in the aeroponic watering system of the vertical farm. The only exception to this is above the vertical farm where it is completely glass enclosed. It does not have that solid top. And all three together. And then looking at the floor plan, you can see how it's more porous, as well as the two kind of halves of the building split by that north-south axis, and how the gallery extends out into a vertical or into a sculpture garden on the right, excuse me. And then the main circulation comes off these two axes. It's pretty well distributed on the ground floor plan. This is a cut through the main stairway. You can see people engaging with the seating along it. It becomes more engaging than a normal circulation. The second floor plan holds a bulk of the program. However, the only major public program is the Mediatek on the left. So circulation mainly goes into the Mediatek from the major circulation vertical cores, such as the elevators and monumental stair. And then the Mediatek, you can see that again, that suspended system from the roof, as well as exhibition below. So visualizing that exhibition, the idea is that you can see into the vertical farm on the inside as well, while also learning about its functions. So it kind of visualizes what's being taught, which is very effective for visual learners like us. And then the third floor plan is mainly just the Mediatek and the vertical farm at this point, as well as the children's library, and then circulation. Moving up to the fourth floor, it is now vertical farm that is extended, and the Mediatek mainly focuses on research about vertical and urban farming. Circulation. And then to close out, I just want to say the urban catalyst that I designed seeks to continue the mission of food and cultural district upon which it is located by connecting people to their food sources through visualization, education, and engagement, while also acting as a physical testament of the systems and ideas discussed within its walls. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Jimenez, do you want to take it, your initial impression?
Do you want me to jump in?
Yes, please.
Well, I was just thinking about, in Singapore right now, there's a very ambitious plan called 30 by 30. So what does that mean? Singapore is such a small country in terms of landmass, and the ambitious plan is that they're trying to figure out a way to be provide 30% of the food for Singapore that's grown within Singapore by 2030, which is insane. That is just crazy. There's no arable land really in Singapore, meaning, technologically speaking, the agricultural technology here would have to be almost entirely indoors. And so, hydroponic technology, as well as other, I'm saying all this because, urban farming can be easily done. It's less so, can you do it, but more so what's the volume of it, and is it worth it, right? Is it worth it? In the case of Singapore, they're trying to figure out a way to make buildings grow a lot of food, like in high abundance. And there are also instances where, I guess during COVID, I was reading that in Brooklyn, some of the office spaces, they stopped being office spaces since people, were working from home. And just knowing that there's no direct sunlight, they turned a bunch of these offices into mushroom growing farms. So again, in fact, you don't want direct sunlight if you're doing, mushrooms, right? So I'm just thinking about these things, and in terms of the specificities of the species that you would grow, and let's say the cycle, the quantities of what you can or cannot grow. I mean, Kentaro mentioned this, the real estate, maybe a few reviews ago, which is very true. The cost per square footage down here is super high. Meaning, to build something, to buy something, it almost seems unrealistic to do something like this, unless you're growing saffron. But I don't even know. I think you can't. I mean, it's hard to imagine, or some other kinds of high yielding, high like financially rewarding things you grow. I mean, I don't know how, I mean, you guys are young people, and therefore, if I say stuff like this, you guys probably aren't going to be, what do you call that, upset. I don't think you will. Marijuana is legal in Los Angeles, and people are growing en masse. In almost every yard of friends I know, they grow a little bit of it, either for themselves or, I mean, no one's really selling it because, like, I think there are industries that do this really, really well. It's a type of agriculture, and, it's a type of high yielding agriculture that is not necessarily for sustenance, right? In fact, it's not at all for sustenance. Now, I'm not trying to tell you to grow weed at all, but I'm just trying to imagine, like, how could this be feasible or viable? It's really hard to imagine that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have time to get into like what to research the different type of plants that I could grow in these kind of situations. I was more just thinking of a model that kind of combats some of the problems that LA is seeing from just sprawl and land use, and how vertical farming kind of decreases, it densifies the amount of land that can produce stuff, and how that model.
I also just want to say, like, I think the accuracy of your research needs to be a little better. Like, because, for example, right, Little Ethiopia is pretty far. It's like, if I drove, it'll be maybe 25 minutes, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so that type of stuff like chips away the, what do you call that, believability.
I mean,
yeah,
there's cars, and I provided parking, so.
Oh no, but in your research, in your site,
I know, it connects with.
It's not adjacent at all. Like Little Ethiopia is not at all adjacent to this part of LA.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, that's great. That was great comment about the value of the product that you grow in a high, kind of a big city, urban context like LA in the United States. And that in itself could start to generate a narrative about the building and the culture that gets embedded in it. It's a little bit, I think it anchors you down to the place a little bit better. I'm sure cannabis production is going on in New Orleans, but I think our school here tends to be very benevolent about the way we see our context. And the example that Jimenez just gave you is a little bit more edgy way of looking at these big issues that potentially provoke the way we think about the urban development. And you can take this longer. So once you get there, like, okay, cannabis growing or saffron growing in LA in this particular context, what kind of building orientation, what kind of structure, what kind of mechanism, systems that you need, and that in itself will give you the tectonics of the building, essentially. And perhaps, you were just kind of looking at, this suspended mode. I'm kind of wondering, okay, so, well, first of all, so the vertical farming part was only part of the building per se, right? And it's more like an advertisement for to advocate for something like vertical farming or a lab situation that potentially could.
It's to reconnect people a bit. With their food sources.
Yeah, but I think it needs to be I don't think it can just be an advertisement. All right.
Sure.
And
I'm also,
if you're
I'm hoping
suspending,
it's an educational opportunity.
Yeah. But if you're suspending, it has to have an economic impact, really, people to have a wider impact. Anyway, if you're suspending, meaning you have a kind of a clear floor. You can have a clear floor on the ground level or something, right? So I think the ground level program, if suspending is something important, then the way the vertical farming meets the ground has to be a little bit more special, right?
Yeah.
And the same, and the same thing with what was the other programs that was suspended? The lab and books and whatever is that?
Yeah,
the
media tech.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the I mean Okay, so the question is MediaTek now, is it about books or is it about other forms of media? And what kind of culture that would it take? Who comes here? What do they do in this particular? I think those things could potentially be thought out, and maybe those things could be hybridized. I'm always thinking about like the Chumi's example of library plus / sports complex combination that dates my education. This is like in the competition that was in the late 80s, I think. But this kind of kind of a competing program or non-relative program somehow meshed in to create a excitement and what have you, this kind of unexpected condition, for instance. But I think there's something that those two things could do and becomes an exciting piece of architecture. I mean, I'm saying this because I think your master plan is actually quite nice, and you're thinking about the different scale of urban spaces and how those aggregate together. The plans looks much more credible in terms of the density and the plausibility in that context. Again, at least from my slightly biased perspective, so on and so forth. So those are probably the key things that you can think of and to push something like this further.
Definitely, thank you. I was hoping that a relationship between the MediaTek and Vertical Farm, I was trying to get into that, especially on the top floor. I kind of started introducing like a research space for people who are interested in like urban farming and the processes and that. And hoping there could be a connection there.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you,
Thank
Ben.
you.
Great work. Next student will be Catherine. Kat?
Yes, hi. Let me just share my screen.
Sure.
Is it full screen now?
Not yet.
Let me try it again. Are we good now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon. My name is Kat, and this is my urban catalyst design proposal. So our original master plan focused on the green space within downtown Los Angeles, and specifically the lack of it within our site. As you can see, there's no green space within our site. So our main concept of the master plan was an introduction of green spaces within that area. So this is how that eventually came to be. And so it started with two main, what we called eco loops, which are the main pedestrian as well as bike paths within the site. And then coming off of those loops, there are 6 main hub spaces, we called them. And each hub has a specific use, whether that be a gardening area or a place to get outside and exercise, or just a place to be outside in nature. Each hub has its own specific use. And then as well, there was an introduction of a riverfront park. And so that eventually led to my chosen site being this area, which includes the hub to the north of my chosen plaza space, as well as the riverfront park. And then it became, the trees eventually became in a 20 foot apart grid to kind of follow the column grid, which in the proposal, as well as a more garden area within the northern part of that hub space. So it started with the initial site, which is a 200 by 200 block, which was depicted using the chosen grid within our master plan. And then a 20 by 20 column grid is introduced. Within that column grid, 4 areas are put in so that there's access from every side of the site for people to walk through. And then in the open spaces, the columns are removed to form plaza space as well as a central courtyard. The second floor then connects everything. So it's a more open floor plan. But in addition to that, a light well is taken out in the center of the plaza spot space to create a green courtyard on the first floor. And then the hub space to the north, as well as the riverfront park, becomes highlighted and trees are introduced to follow the column grid. This is the first floor plan at a larger 1:64 scale so that you can see the relationship between that floor plan as well as the hub space to the north. And then this site was chosen because on the left side of the site, there's that main eco loop, which is the pedestrian path for people within the site. And then to the north of the site, there is a pedestrian bridge, which connects this specific site to Boyle Heights, which is across the river. And that's more of a neighborhood type area. So families are able to come over and enjoy the site. And then our main road, which we determined to be characterized by more public access, such as cafes or maybe like a grocery store, is along this main road, which lines the southern side of the site. And then there's also a secondary road to the east side of the site, which directly connects to the highway. So the program starts with the grid, column grid, and then within that grid, it's more public amenities, such as maybe public computers that people are able to use to look for jobs, or a cafe, and then a multi-purpose room, which I see people maybe hosting farmer markets in. And then the second floor becomes almost entirely special exhibit, which in this instance is learning to live sustainably within Los Angeles. So that can either be successful sites that have done it, or how do you have your own backyard garden, things like that. So this is that first floor plan with openings on every side of the site, as well as that main central courtyard. And then the second floor connects everything with 2 double height spaces within an art exhibit on the first floor, as well as the lobby. And then the roof becomes inhabited and it has sitting spaces, as well as an area in the southern side to learn how to have your own backyard gardens. So this is a north-south section showing that entrance from the lobby, as well as the northern side of the site. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I skipped something. This is another section along the northern side of the site to show how the trees start to interact with the column grid. And then here's a section perspective to show both those double height spaces as well as the main courtyard space. Here's the axon to show how everything starts to connect together. And then a master plan section to show that this is lower than the surrounding buildings. So it gives the opportunity for those who are inhabiting the other buildings to look in and maybe see garden space, and it kind of push them to do it themselves. This is a master plan axon to show how, with the Catalyst building highlighted in pink, and how all the hub spaces work together and how that specific catalyst starts to connect to all the transportation options. Here's a perspective looking from the second floor into the art exhibit. And then this is as if you're looking towards the library section of the second floor and you're able to see down into that main courtyard space. And then this is as if you were coming off of the hub to the north of it and you're entering the plaza and able to see the life going on inside of the space. And then this is as if you were in the main courtyard space. Thank you.
Thanks, Kat.
I think we, well, so 2 things, I'll start this one. So can you go back to master plan?
Yes.
So I thought
this
yeah,
one?
Yeah. Okay. So this one, okay. So I'm going to ignore what kind of green space is feasible for LA for a moment. But again, from not knowing the climate all that well, but just looking at the relationship to the river and the train tracks, I don't know if those are functioning and kind of the urban edge condition. It seems an appropriate a place to think about large swath of land that becomes a park, and you're trying to situate a building relative to that strategically as a catalyst. Seems to be a good, understandable strategy. So I would say that. Then, and also, kind of strategically locating the building mass to create passageways, mediated passageways, so on and so forth. Seems like a strategy. I think you can probably bias it a little bit more in terms just, okay, we're placing 4 building masses on a very rectangular site, but the north side that facing your kind of open green space, and the east side that faces a swath of land that then goes into the river, and I think the attitude is, I think you talked about it in terms of the traffic, but maybe a little bit more in terms of spatial conditions section, and you can probably place those building masses just a little bit more strategically, so it acknowledges the difference between all the 4 sides that you're dealing with. That speaks about that a little bit more clearly. Now I'll stop there.
So programmatically, Kat, could you just reiterate, some of the more, let's say, key features that you're trying to introduce?
Of course. So the second floor is almost entirely special exhibit space, which I see more of being like, the idea was to live sustainably, because that was the concept of the whole master plan. So maybe like a space that someone can come in and speak to people and be like, here's how you can do like little changes in your life to maybe decrease your carbon footprint, or examples of buildings within Los Angeles that may run on zero energy.
Would you say this is an educational building?
I would.
So like if you were to, within, let's say, the building code of a project like this, it would be under E for education, or?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, there's something about your, like, okay, you seem to be a very rigorous person. And I think, the thing about LA more than anything, and I just say this to, all the students as well, and more than anything, out of anywhere, like, this is one of the most bureaucratically strict places to build. Like, LA is so hard to build because bureaucratically, the kinds of paperwork, the layers of, let's say, permitting process, all that makes the architecture actually very difficult to be creative in LA. So when you see, like interesting things popping out of LA, I don't know that if you can, like, other than maybe 2 architects, maybe 3, like Frank Gehry Morphosis and maybe Michael Maltzen, and even Johnston Marguerite, who does it so well. Some of the really nice work they do are outside of LA, precisely because of how difficult it is to do good paperwork, right? Or to be good at bureaucracy. I'm prefacing all this because I the rigor that I'm detecting from you is that what if you took that to the max, right? Like, when I say E is for education or A is for assembly, like, these are some of the building types that exist in, I mean, like, if you look at international building code, these are some of the qualifications of building types that would exist. And I just would be kind of excited to see if someone with this type of rigor would really just digest that paperwork and be so fluent at bureaucracy that you create something that's not only believable, but identifies the gaps in how the language is written. I mean, I also say this because I remember when Jerry Seinfeld was doing that comedian grabbing coffee with comedian or something. I don't know, in Cars. I don't know if you guys remember the TV show. But there was a moment when Jerry Seinfeld, the comedian, grabs a coffee in the car with Barack Obama, the comedian, right? And Seinfeld was asking Obama, like, what are, like, you don't have a lot of time. Can I just ask you what is your work like? And he described this gridlock situation of American football. Like, no one gains, like, it takes so much work to gain inches. No innovation is being made. But every now and then you see a gap. and that's when you run. I guess that's kind of what I'm suggesting. Like, I'm saying all this because I don't see any problem with your work, right? I think, you know, it's, again, there's a lot of rigor to ways in which you design and draw. But someone like you would probably be really good at looking for those gaps, those bureaucratic gaps, you know, like there's an architect that I really admire in LA. Her name is Barbara Bester. She's, I think, one of the best. You know, I love Barbara's work. Barbara Bester, she does this thing where she is so good at I mean, at one point I was on a review with Barbara and she was talking about a type of roof structure. And that's somehow forgotten by the building code of California. And therefore she's kind of like abusing that moment right now because, you know, she is realizing that it is only a matter of time somebody realizes that this is a gap within the ways in which the bureaucracy is written. Anyway, yeah, I'll stop here. I just want to say that I really appreciate your approach, and I think that's one direction as to how I see you can maybe become really strong in the future.
Thank you.
I just want to add that that's about constraints and how as a creative person overcoming those constraints. And what was particular to the kind of a bureaucracy and systems building bureaucracy in LA. And again, that would contextualize and ground your project further into that particular location, if you can find something like that. Ruben, do we have more time or are we?
I think that we should go just to the next student.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you, Kat.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
So next student is, where's the list? Charlotte. Okay, perfect. Charlotte, but we cannot hear you. You're mute.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Now, perfect. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I got thrown off. Going to the beginning, that was the end. Sneak peek. Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. So, hi, my name is Charlotte, and today I'll be presenting the Los Angeles Community and Educational Center. So, as you know, the building is located in the northeast region of downtown LA, a currently industrial area that acts as a fairly desolate intersection of varying neighborhoods as well as major thoroughfares. One of the most notable aspects of the area is the prevalence of buildings related to the prison system, which includes the LA County Jail here, the largest incarceration center in the United States. And it is also located near Skid Row, an area of LA known for its homelessness epidemic. And then thirdly, the building is located next to the Los Angeles River, the channelization of which harshly divides the geography, very similar to that of the highway system that borders the site to the north, which can both be seen here. So in the previously proposed urban design, the area was improved by removing mostly warehouse buildings and parking lots, and preserving buildings that were either structurally or culturally sound, as well as this served a material analysis for the area. And then I created a simplified grid and created a mixed-use ribbon buildings that tie together the previous buildings. So the resulting area figureground looks like this, and the streets are safer at a more human scale. And then there are varying park types created in those spaces within the ribbon. So each of the ribbons on the ground floor has a different characteristic based on the surroundings. So this top one is logistics. Then there's a market area, community, education, and creativity, which comes from the most prevalent type on the ground floor. It's obviously not perfect like that. So that's the context of the building. To see the insertion of the building into the design, which is located here, you can see the before and the after, which acts as a way of dissolving the end of that middle community ribbon of urban buildings into a new ribbon of outdoor public space that connects to both a new pedestrian bike path along the river, as well as the residentially scaled neighborhood on the other side. And then finally, adding small park structures to activate the newly occupied outdoor space that may be public bathrooms or spaces for vendors. So to zoom in clearer to see how the building is placed, the lines of the surrounding buildings are extended to determine a general footprint of 24,000 square feet. And then the ground floor is inserted as a dissolving of that ribbon. And then I provoke both entries with a separated volume. So then the new ribbon of exterior space is added and cuts through that building. And then finally, the public space is activated with an amphitheater and 2 swimming pools that provide an extension of the resources that the building can offer, in addition to the small structures and pedestrian path. And in the site section, one can see that the land bridge that becomes an extension of the ribbon is present. There are 2 light rails that go along that side that are currently functioning. So the bridge covers one of them, and it also doesn't interrupt any of the transformers that are along the river. And so to get into more of the concept of the building, I forgot to mention earlier, the building basically is an urban community center that focuses on providing spaces for formerly incarcerated or homeless individuals in LA. So the building will tie together varying individual volumes that house knowledge, counseling, and resources to similarly connect those who may be in transitional phases of life back into the community. So I started with this square here and broke that up into this grid, and then divided those shapes to create these independent spaces. And then they're kind of adjusted for to account for variety and logistics. So this is the ground floor here with the program. This is how the circulation on the ground floor works with the entry encouraged by the separate volumes. And then as for the program, the 2 separated volumes work independently from the building, but still engage the occupants. So one is a restaurant, and the other is a daycare / children's library for those using the spaces who don't have access to childcare. And then the spaces that are connected are all related to a reentry program for formerly incarcerated or homeless individuals. So they mostly take the form of offering classes and resources that can help inexperienced individuals find jobs who may not have much education or may have a criminal record. So there's the culinary lab, there's a printmaking lab that can promote activism and entrepreneurship. There's an administration space for the reentry program. There's a crafts, pottery, and jewelry making studio, a welding and construction shop, and then multi-purpose. And then these are the vertical course to get to the second floor, which is connected like that. The circulation changes to become a unified circle rather than a nucleus with different branches. This is because the upper floor houses the library and other quieter yet more unified spaces. And the second floor diagram emphasizes as well the system of protected balconies that you'll see in a moment that create intimate, quiet spaces. And then additionally, the roof plan here with central courtyards in that diagonal shape. So to reiterate this concept, you can see how on the first floor, there's all of these independent volumes here, which allow individuals with different personalities to thrive, but bring them together in the center where there's a rotational gallery space showcasing the activity. The main entry on the left here near the street is more generic with some herb garden planters for the restaurant and culinary space, while the secondary entry here that's closer to the river also doubles as a protected play area for the daycare. And then on the second floor is completely a library open to everyone, not just those in the program. So there's shelving space, reading space, and then meeting rooms for things like counseling and AA meetings and things like that. So through this human scaled yet freely open space, a calm, welcoming environment is created that isn't often seen in the hostile architecture that those in the program may have experienced. And the space unites members of the community who are in varying walks of life, not just in the program. Another notable feature of the building is the facade made up of these bricks that have a pattern of the California poppy state flower. And the material is influenced by how much brick was prevalent in the site analysis. The permeable brick on the exterior skin that is vulnerable to intense sunlight allows the building to maintain that open and free feeling from the inside that could have been achieved with glass, but it keeps the building from overheating in the LA sun. And here you can see that as well. And the facade, here it is here diagrammatically. And these are those encased balconies. And then this axon kind of shows that clearly with how the system of clerestory windows happens, where the volumes overlap on the roof to allow light in. And you can also see here the amphitheater more clearly and the public pools for swimming lessons and daycare use, and how the facade rules are occasionally broken to provoke entry. And then here are some perspective views showing some of the double height spaces and the courtyard area and how the facade is implemented. And here is a detail of that as well, showing how it's an outdoor space, but it's protected from the sun on the interior as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Just in time.
Thank you, Charlotte. Really thoughtful presentation. Beautiful drawings. Again, I don't know what's in the water over there. Many of you draw so well, including you, Charlotte. This is a super beautiful plan.
Thank you.
I hate to use reviews time and space to tell you all stories like this, but this is so close to home for me. I mean, like both literally, physically, but also experientially, right? About 2 weeks ago, I was walking home. I was physically assaulted. I was beaten. I was struck in the face about 15 times. I went to the hospital. I filed a police report. The person who attacked me, I don't know, like, had no reason to attack me. I didn't know this person. And, you know, the security guard of the building that I live in did not intervene because I recognize that this, based on the facial tattoo and, you know, teeth and what have you, I recognize that this person belonged to a gang. I don't know which one, but I think my security guard did and did not want to get involved, right? And, you know, I've been in downtown Los Angeles 9 years or so. I've been robbed and, you know, punched and so on. So, you know, like nothing like this. This is very new to me. Like, I think I always thought if I just mind my own business, everyone's going to mind theirs, but it's really not the case. I walk my dog across Skid Row pretty much every day, you know, in order to access some of the parks in the arts district. There are needles everywhere, right? Like just needles, tents, needles, feces, you know, just human waste, like boxes of, you know, like left. Like, I mean, the smell is something that you can't really imagine. And when I went to the hospital, there were, I mean, you know, because of where I live, there are other people who are either on drugs or, you know, just experiencing an episode. I'm trying to describe the aesthetics of despair. I'm trying to describe that, the aesthetics of this despair, you know. There are these kinds of, what do you call that, Western Union storefronts, right? Like for people with despair. Like you cash in whatever check you can cash in, and they'll take a cut because you're desperate to have some cash on hand. You go to the hospital, not because, I mean, there are services out here that help people, right? Like I think there's, I mean, just right around the corner from me, there's a place called Downtown Women's Center. And it's exactly what it sounds like. Sexual assault and prostitution is also so prevalent down here, right? Like I think almost everyone that, I mean, I just see these people, these women who are hooked. They're hooked on drugs, and I don't think they have a choice at this point. They just, you know, they're being pimped out, and it's really sad. And the Downtown Women's Center is here to help, right? They're here to try to help. But that's the aesthetics of the Downtown Women's Center being a low budget, basically no budget, right? There's basically no budget. And it's people who are trying, like stragglers of life and trying to find a new way, trying to find new employment. So there's that organization right down the corner. And there's also another organization, Path, that's also right around the corner. I pass by it all the time from walking my dog. Again, you know, people who are screaming, shouting because they can't help themselves anymore, or they are in such a desperate situation. You know, the glass, you know, what if you have glass? I mean, just talking architecturally, right? If you have glass, you're almost guaranteed to see some type of barricadation. If you see it's either barricaded with, you know, metal protection or plywood, or if it's still glass, it's for sure, let's say graffitied over, where there's, you know, broken bits and pieces. I guess, I mean, I don't want to be such a Debbie Downer, but it is so true what you identified, like the currently incarcerated, the formerly incarcerated, and the people who are about to be incarcerated are all around me. You know, it's in this area. And architecturally, what can we say, right? Like, yeah, we can try to do something that propose a program, hopefully that helps people, but there's no amount of imagination that can help us understand the aesthetics of that despair. And I also oftentimes wonder, what can we do as designers to change that culture of despair? Well, I mean, we can't, really, we can't. Anyway, sorry to bring the mood here, but it's a really relevant topic. It's a beautiful plan. You know, the thing that I noticed the most about the atmosphere of despair is the drop ceiling and the fluorescent light. The drop ceiling and the fluorescent light like articulates that sense of hopelessness so much. Anyway, I stop here, sorry. I don't know if Kentaro wants to say something.
You know, I mean, I think that's perhaps the sorry to hear about the salt. Again, my kind of interpretation or the takeaway from that story is understanding trying to put yourself there, understanding the audience, and imagine the building or the design, but in a grounded way, so perhaps again, I agree with Jimenez. It's beautifully designed. There's the logic, as you spoke of it, was pretty clear. I think perhaps then, okay, so when we're, as a critic, we're always looking for, okay, what is the project and you as a designer, Charlotte, kind of fighting for, or what kind of constraints that you're trying to overcome? That's always the thing that interests, especially me. I don't know the others, not so much how well things are logically laid out. So perhaps the, if this is about, let's say, safety, and again, if you take a kind of a logistical approach, okay, can like pretty I don't know, practical concern, and again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but for instance, can you have children and former incarcerated people merged in the same place? I know you have it, the ground floor, it's separated, but okay, but in order to productively, for instance, that's the first question. And then if we're going to be placing it in the same location, how could that help each other? The program relationship help each other. I think there's a little, as an example, there's a tension there. And how could those tension, normally thought of as need to placed in the separate, and the kids' facility has to be securitized. Maybe the challenge here is, okay, how can you do that simultaneously and find a productive relationship as opposed to these two things that needs to be separated, for instance. I think if you can get to that level, I think that will be great in terms of building design. And then, you kind of zoom out and look at that similar implication from kind of an intermediate scale to urban scale. But I think what I'm hearing is you kind of stumbled on and grabbed onto a very, very powerful and real concern that this neighborhood has, and that's great. I think one last thing I'll add, and perhaps this is again thinking about the next iterations, maybe master planning this scale probably have like a phasing ideas, and how do you construct a spine and an infrastructure that then starts to get fleshed out in terms of timeline, and how do you go about it strategically in the initial phase, and how that takes momentum. Those are, I think those timelines have kind of in a phase have kind of different approach and strategies. So maybe kind of thinking about those things might be helpful to, again, ground the master plan to the location.
Well, thank you so much for your comment, and I'm terrible sorry to hear about that happened, Jimenez. So sorry.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Oh, super scary. Y'all, if you ever come live downtown LA, just carry a mace or something, or pepper spray.
Well, so Well, thank you, and also Charlotte, great work. So next student is Jackson. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we good?
Okay, perfect.
All right, so I'm Jackson Stevens, and my project is called Promenade Hall. So my development first came from the existing streets of Temple and Center, which provided easy access throughout the site. The roads fall next and were formed to adapt to the existing structures there and enable access from each side of the site. To accomplish complete navigation throughout the site, I developed land bridges which fully connect the site east to west. In addition to the bridges, I extended the connection and created long green boulevards, which became the primary features of the master plan. From there, the existing roads and new green boulevard gave way for the typology and shape of the structures. The circulation of the site was crucial in its development, and based on its lengthy green boulevards, my partner and I wanted our site to be an entertainment and food hub. We decided these would be great to spread out restaurants and retail throughout the site and create a narrative for the area as a lively scene. The restaurants and retail spaces are on the first and second floors and have a residential space above. Here in the Axon, you can get a sense of the scale of the buildings, all between 4 and 7 stories. The typology of the buildings on site was important as it helped set up a grid for me to build upon, and the blue color is a mixed use features. So here's my city section, and this is the area that I was trying to target and have my building in, as it lies alongside the green boulevard across the site, making way for the title of my project. In addition, this area also had access to vehicular roads, and based upon the centrality of the circulation, this was definitely the preferred area of my site. So once we had developed a new site, there were lots of existing features on site from the pre-existing one that could aid my special program of the building. So I plan to bring back those permanent locations from the old site. And so this gave way to the program of my building, which exists as a multi-purpose food hall. And so we have the four restaurants, which are Amy's Noodle and Bakery, Cuddy LA, which is a food truck, Neptune Coffee, and then Ozzy's Kitchen. And so after selection of a general area and focus, this led to my proposed site. And so alongside the green boulevard, but yet having access to vehicular roads. So it's highlighted right there in red, just off the northern boulevard. From there, my updated master plan had removed one of the large buildings and replaced it with an activated courtyard and space that could be used for food trucks and markets and hosting social events. And as well as I removed one of the land bridges. I reduced my footprint as well to accommodate for more floors, as I wanted a space that could interact with the boulevard. So with the central location, I wanted my building to continue the entertainment and food features of my partner and I's existing site. So I chose this location for my new food hall. Here is the updated circulation diagram, which displays the central location of my building as well as the connection to and from the bridges and the boulevards. To display how the space is used from a larger scale, I included the first floor plan on site. And so right here we have the site isometric, which shows the overall navigation and scale of the site, as well as the additional green spaces and vegetation. The green colored hatch represents the boulevards, and the solid gray represents the vehicular roads, and the hall is placed off that northern boulevard in the center of the site. And so for floor plans to start, I began with a 25 by 25 foot grid with 1 by 1 foot columns for structural support. And so from there, I developed the first floor plan, which is centered around 2 staircases, with one in the center with a triple height entrance that cuts to the 3rd floor. To enter the building, there is one main entrance which contains open plan revolving doors. And as you enter to the left, there is a spot catered to local vendors for them to come and sell their product, with a suspended ceiling to create a closer space and close the gap between the 15-foot floors to 8.5 feet. To the right, a lounge is placed with the same type of suspended ceiling which I used on every floor in this project. In the corners of the building belong the cores with egress stairways and elevators, as well as gender-neutral bathrooms. Beyond the interior staircase is a sunken lounge for additional seating areas, and then outside is the exterior staircase, which arrives on the second floor. Underneath it is Cafe Neptune, which had been relocated from the previous site. And so as we move on to the second floor, this program is very straightforward. The first and third floors are fully available to the public, and then the second floor is the only space that has private areas like offices, the Arctic workspaces in the bottom left, and auditoriums and conference rooms. As you climb up from the central staircase, the staircase is mirrored to the other side and arrives at the third level in the same manner. The exhibition gallery to the right is open plan with this suspended ceiling as well. And as you walk past, there's a balcony for the employees or public to enjoy facing the boulevard. In the exterior, the staircase wraps around at half its width to accommodate for the walkway to an additional second floor balcony, and it takes you to the third level as well. So here for the third floor plan is where all the food services and venues exist besides the cafe. So each venue is reserved for a food service that previously existed on the site. Cafe Neptune takes the first floor. The food truck Cuddy LA occupies the left. Amy's Noodle is in the center, and Ozzy's Kitchen is on the right venue. And so all these walk-in kitchens have the suspended ceiling. There are 2 additional food venues located on a balcony, with one full venue fully exposed.
Jackson. Jackson. I don't know what happened. Jackson, are you there?
It looks like we lost him.
Maybe because of the bad weather.
Perhaps.
What to do? I don't know if maybe we can just move to the next one just for the sake of time. Yeah, Mackenzie, are you ready?
Yeah, I can go.
Okay, perfect. So let's go, Mackenzie.
There we go.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Hi, I'm Mackenzie, and this proposal is titled Overlapped Voice. So starting at the site scale with my urban design, from our initial investigations, we just defined the site and analyzed the surrounding program of the business and arts district. And the primary boulevard in the master plan was placed at the intersection of these 2 districts. Then we placed plazas oriented along the axis to form the main public spaces. And here's the resulting figure ground of the master plan. And then continuing into this phase of the project, I identified the artistic icons nearby, which influenced the catalyst that I placed on one of those plazas along the axis at the intersection. In the original master plan, the north-south axis acts as a commercial strip, while the east-west axis continues into a pedestrian bridge. And in the updated master plan, the catalyst emerges at the intersection fronting the pedestrian bridge, with this main entrance aligned with the break in the block to the south. Moving to the architectural scale, I started with a typical block typology and then inverted the volumes in the courtyard to define a new volume. cut a boulevard to establish the circulation, which helped break the volume into 3 masses. The largest mass holds gallery space. The center remains for the lobby and circulation, and the farthest bar is for more dynamic activities with the program broken up by floor level. In the axon, the catalyst transforms from matching the traditional typology of most of the urban blocks to forming its own vernacular similar to the particular elements found in the other plaza spaces. So moving on to plans, the gallery and multi-purpose spaces are permeable and open onto smaller exterior plazas, with a cafe in the smallest span having a similar permeability and the exterior space being immersed in a garden. On the second level, double height spaces begin to form in each of the 3 bands, with active artistic making spaces like drawing, painting, and pottery studios complementing the gallery in the larger bands. The third level varies between double and triple height spaces, and it creates intersecting voids in the gallery occupied by artwork of different scales. The skylights on the roof are arranged according to the location of the voids below and are juxtaposed by planters that form a roof garden. The central band at the architectural scale parallels the boulevard in the urban design by providing a strip of mobility through the mass. Then a windowless facade is presented to the approach from the street, which continues the master plan's prioritization of pedestrians. And as the main entrance is accessed from the pedestrian-only portion of the east-west axis, the central band blurs the relationship between the interior and exterior with large glass panels from the pedestrian bridge. The first section cuts through the largest band of gallery space, and it allows for various types of artwork to be displayed due to the different voids. Then here you're in the upper level, and it shows just the overlapping quality of these spaces in the gallery. This cuts through the central band, forming various terrace conditions. And from the second level of one of these terraces, the lobby spaces continue through all 3 levels, with active and passive spaces alternating, like having meeting tables on one side versus sitting space to observe the piano on the other. Section C slices through the band of active spaces, which all open outward onto the river. Then section D cuts all 3 of the bands, showing the relationship between the different types of spaces. The variations in the louvers on the exterior are primarily arranged according to locations of the double and triple height spaces, which you only find out once you enter the building. And then this also slices through the 3 areas, demonstrating some of the different ways they can be occupied, as the smallest band requires a longer term stationary activity, whereas the gallery spaces tend to be moved through to observe the artwork. And then in the axon, the plaza space and primary boulevard found in the master plan are reiterated at an architectural scale. And these are just a few selected drawings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie.
Tell me just a little bit about the program again and the viability of that program.
Yeah, so I'll take you back to the plan. The largest band, the largest band on the left here is gallery space in all three levels, with this serving as like a multi-purpose auditorium. And that continues through all the levels, whereas this first floor has the interaction with the cafe, administration, and like meeting spaces, versus this continues with the specific program of a drawing studio, a workshop, a collaborative like study space, a photography lab, pottery studios, continuing with the theme of like artistic making spaces. And the third level has like library programs.
And why is that those programs are relevant in this location?
I wanted to create another like artistic center, as there are two just off the site, and this is really where the arts district and the business district intersect, which is also in the master plan, how we formed the original boulevard.
Okay. And maybe, can you go back to the ground floor and talk just a little bit about the ground floor surface outside of the building and how it relates to inside, perhaps, or not?
Yeah, so continuing, I wanted it to relate a lot to our original master plan. So I wanted to continue with these plaza spaces, which would be semi-permeable from like the gallery spaces. So they would open out so that they could host outdoor installations on these plazas. And matching that here, the cafe continues into like indoor-outdoor seating. Whereas the central band would receive a different materiality to focus on the fact that it's meant to be moved through as a lobby space rather than a long-term seating arrangement.
Do you have any perspectives showing the activities outside relative to inside? I'm just curious.
Outside, I have primarily the approach and the entrance. So in this one, I don't have anything occurring in that plaza at the moment. It was more a focus on.
I mean, I think, well, I'll just focus on the building and say something quickly. So I think it might, for you, it might help you to look at the project like Wiley Theater in Dallas. It's an OMA project, and you know, it's intentionally designed to I think, if I remember it correctly, all four sides of the theater to spill out onto the ground level, and their presentation is quite explicit about what kind of possible configuration the activity could happen around that. I think that's probably one of the key things that you need to present in your project. I think the building itself is quite competent, although, you know, again, I'm going back to this kind of, you know, building's impact on the surroundings and the logic about the transparency. I think you're really controlling the building facade to be relatively opaque. Is that right?
Yeah, the openings are like very specifically oriented to be through the band, and then they occur like as specific breaks to bring in light to every
Yeah,
space.
but I think you're kind of thinking from inside out, which normally, you know, like the northeastern cities might be a strategy, but this is southern, well, and not southern, but it's in California, Southern California, and and I think you're talking about the interaction between inside and outside. You might want to think about it a little bit more in terms of, the way the building is positioned in the relation between the inside and the activity that could potentially host outside. It's a little bit like, your perspective kind of shows that you put people's in, but there isn't really, it feels a little bit vacuous in the sense that there's nothing really happening where the building is not implying any activities outside. All right, I'll stop there.
I mean, I kept thinking about Rafael Monell's City Hall in Murcia. I think the facade bears a striking resemblance. And I also think, ways in which you're thinking about, because I think I heard blind facade. Did you say that the facade is blind or no?
On the west, yeah, the approach from the vehicular path.
Okay, it's not all blind, but and I'm not sure if this is a conversation that you guys have had about that city hall. But I think wait, did you guys talk about that city hall?
Moneo was a very common reference.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess it shows. No, I think that. Yeah, it's as far as, let's say, taking the DNA of a project like that and relating it to a plan organization like this, I think it's really beautiful. I think it's a really beautiful project. I also really like this. I mean, additional to the Moneo project, I was also, oddly enough, thinking about the Kunsthal in Rotterdam by OMA, because the strip that cuts through the two sides in the middle, even though you do enclose it, it's not like you keep it open, but there's a lighter strip in the middle of two heavier strips, right? And I'm just thinking about the kind of like permeability of the end relationship between the light strip and the two heavy strips, as far as like a sandwich condition goes. In the case of the Kunsthal, there's an urban effect to the presence of that light strip, in that people who are passing through in the city, they would be able to enter the building without entering the building, almost as though like a donut situation. You walk through the donut without entering the donut, and I find that to be. I mean, again, I recognize that you do enclose it, but I'm kind of like thinking. If you kept it open, it would be really interesting. I mean, you guys keep talking about the LA weather as though it's really temperate and nice. It's not bad, but it's really, really harsh and super dry, like so dry. I think the one time I went to New Orleans, and the one time I went to Tulane to visit, it was in February at one point. I tell you, I was just kind of like sweating so much because of how humid it is. That is like the high contrast between the two parts of the world. I also know that some people whose pizza recipes from New York won't work in LA because that's how dry it is, right? Having said that, it also means that keeping parts of it open could be really interesting as a way of thinking about not just cross ventilation, but it's urbanistically how you might be able to weave people in. Can we look at your facade again?
Yeah.
Right. I think this is also, yeah, exactly. That strip, that lighter strip in the middle. I think Monell's relationship with the ground is quite different from yours. And I think nearby this building, so AC Martin is an office in Los Angeles, AC Martin. And if you've seen the movie Inception, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power building by AC Martin does show up at one point. And I have to say, there's something else about your facade that reminds me like heavily of the AC Martin strategy, which is, you know, a kind of like brise soleil that protrudes out far enough that you could create these kinds of more striking light and shadow effects. So anyway, it's a great design work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Great work. So I think that Stephen is here. Stephen, I cannot see you again. Just send me an email. Well, maybe again we can just move on to the next one, and then Stephen will join us. So Jace, are you ready?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I just got my presentation pulled up. Okay. Let's make sure. Sorry. Oh dear, forgotten to show. Got it. Cool. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So, my name is Julie Sambuani. Thank you guys for being here today. And the project that the proposal that I'm going to present today is called the Los Angeles Community Center and Interventional Training. So it is similar to Charlotte's project. So I'm excited to see where our ideas might have some parallels. So this is the contents, how we'll be looking at this project. And so we'll just start off. This is the completed master plan that we partner for this project came up with us at the beginning of the semester. So I'll kind of jump into that detail. So this is a basic figure ground, and an analysis of this figure ground is what led us to our concept, which is permeability. So as you can see by these different figure ground conditions from right to left, it's plaza and pathway, the building footprints, and then the green spaces. So you can see their permeable relationship in these figure grounds. And then they're highlighted here as well when Daniela, who I worked with, and I looked at our transportation and movement throughout the site. So those individual figure grounds from right to left is the road and highway system. And then our block system, which also became our bike paths, the small moments of permeability between the buildings, and then other small moments of horizontal permeability. So this is the figure ground of our master plan. And this is the site that I have chosen to intervene on. And I chose this specific part of the site because of its vicinity to the Twin Towers Correctional Facility in Los Angeles, which so this is a QGIS map where you can see in red the true scale of this facility versus the whole project site in purple. And then this is a very a pretty juvenile representation in Google Maps, but that distance is about a half a mile. So the site is a half a mile from what I believe used to be one of, if not the largest men's correctional facility in the United States. I don't know if it still holds that title today. And the site also directly next to it is a series of warehouses and industrial facilities. So the idea is to kind of put an intervention where people who are being released from their time in prison, they can easily be rehabilitated and put back out into society and hopefully find employment in the industrial areas that are on the other side of the river across the site. So with that out of the way, this is the figure ground of the building footprint, and you hear the bike paths and following the same theme of permeability as the master plan. The vertical permeability between buildings, and then the horizontal permeability between blocks. So here, this is kind of how I've chosen to represent the building and its communication with the rest of the master plan. And this is a completed site plan. I did forget to include the bridges in here, but they do exist. So this is the first floor plan. From right to left is the kind of main entrance, media tech and archive, and then a small courtyard that opens on either side that leads to a cafe, and then another small courtyard to an event space. And then on the other side, that the big unit on the end is the first floor of the gallery. You enter the building through the side on the MediaTek, but you can also enter through those courtyards during the day when they're open. So that kind of further carries on this idea of permeability. This is the second floor where double height spaces are introduced. It follows similar programs. So we have second floor of the MediaTek, and then a kids area, and then some meeting spaces, offices, and then the second floor of the gallery. And then here, the third floor, again, from right to left is more media tech study spaces, bridge, classrooms, and then another bridge, some more classrooms, and then another study area on the other side. For a more strategic environmental strategy that I've chosen to take for this project is just a simple inclusion of breeze blocks that open and close and slide across the walls. And I have a graphic of that coming up next for noise and light filtration and air filtration. So this is what they would look like closed. This is on the front or the south facade. So it is receiving the correct kind of light. So this is the breeze box as they're closed, and this is what they look like when they're open. And then this is the back of the building. And then progressive section from the one side of the building to the other. This is the section of that media tech, and then a bridge section, section of the cafe, and other community spaces, the middle bridge, event space and classroom section, another bridge and courtyard, and then finally the gallery section. And next I have this section perspective. Oh no, sorry. Oh no. Sorry, the InDesign file is pretty big, so it sometimes lags, but there it goes again. Okay, apologies. So here's my section perspective. It's cut kind of down the middle, long side of the building. So you can see how the bridges interact with the masses, and again, how permeability plays a role through movement, and how you circulate throughout the building, and also how those double height spaces end up looking. And this is a fun drawing. I had a lot of fun doing this. And then next I have this axonometric. I didn't include the breeze blocks in this one because of time constraints, but also I thought it would be interesting to see the conditions of what it would look like if it were just windows on the facade. And I think a lot of character is lost without the breeze blocks. And it's interesting to see that here. This is what the breeze blocks closed would look like at night, and how light from the masses flows through the breeze blocks. This is an interior perspective of that event space. I avoided a lot of context in this perspective in order to kind of lean into the versatility of that specific space. And then this is a perspective facing the bridge in the middle from the exterior, where you see the relationship of these sort of sliding masses, and the light conditions here are pretty neat too. And yes, that is the whole presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jace.
I mean, programmatically, and maybe even some of the material choices, it's not that different from what Charlotte is thinking about, right? Would you say? Right. And were the two of you talking to each other about the material choice, or?
No, it's funny. Charlotte's not in my section. I had no idea that she was that we had chosen such similar ideas, but great minds, I guess.
Yeah. So really interesting that the material choice is consistent between the two. When you're thinking about this kind of like permeable or translucent brick pattern, like, are you thinking about the, let's say, the aesthetics or the visual qualities of this?
Like my motivation behind doing that, is it more aesthetic or is it more functional? Is that what you're asking?
By the way, I don't know how you guys are being taught. I have no problem with aesthetics. Like, if you're going to talk about aesthetics, I'm totally open to talk about aesthetics. So I understand. I understand, like, because I've been through schools where like talking about aesthetics seems to be a taboo. Like, not a problem with me.
Yeah, no, I think it's important to learn how to work with aesthetics. I love a breeze block facade. I think they're great, but specifically for this project, I went with them because I was looking for kind of a simpler, more creative alternative to a lot of like the louvers and other air systems that I had seen in other projects. And from what I know about breeze blocks, I thought it would be a simple solution to, especially in LA where it's really hot and dry, and kind of masonry and like clay adobe structural or pieces like that work really well. So I chose breeze blocks because it achieved the goal that I wanted to achieve sustainability wise, while also achieving what I wanted aesthetically.
Can you show us some images?
Sure. Yeah, little sparse on the images, but this is representation of the breeze blocks and kind of what I had in mind. And then the diagram I actually found from a great source online that had all the measurements and everything that I needed to figure out how these would work on the building. So I'll try to go back to that. But the system movement of these breeze blocks, opening and closing, is best viewed in plans. So I can move to the ground floor plan, if that helps give a better idea of how these would be moving. There's moments of permeability, like in the gallery at the end, where there's no window. So when it opens, you can just kind of walk from the plaza or from the courtyard into the galleries. Just like you can kind of walk through these pathways and be walking through the building as well.
Is the facade treatment similar or almost the same between north and south?
I think so. I'm not sure. I hadn't spent a ton of time thinking about very technical things on this project. I'm not in your structures class, unfortunately.
Well, I don't think it's about structures. It's the solar exposure is completely different between north and south. So
Yeah.
And especially it looks like, you have kind of a service space in the north side, especially in the two end buildings that's opaque, suggesting opacity there. But never, what function would the screen a screen facade like that have in the, or maybe the circulation, for instance, the stairway there on the north is open to the air.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The breeze blocks on the north side are fixed to the wall, so they don't open or close. And
what are these screen system made of?
Clay masonry, so like terracotta or adobe or something
And
like
those are framed into something so that it opens and closes on the south end. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they're framed into something on the north end where they're fixed, and then they would be on the south end where they move. They would be framed and suspended in a way that would allow them to move back and forth. But they wouldn't be like flat on the building, if that's what you mean. They'd kind of be off a little bit.
Well, I don't know if you have any other questions, Kentaro Jimenez for Jace.
I don't know. I guess maybe I'll say something about, say, the aesthetics of Mexican American architecture, or like I think the choice of the breeze blocks. Not to say that it's, well, I guess there's a kind of like translation of Mexico City aesthetics that is currently arriving in LA. Architects like Productora or Tatiana Bilbao, I think especially Productora has had a presence in Los Angeles for about 10 years or so. I don't know. I guess I'm trying to make the argument that the aesthetic choices you're making, there's a relatability to the cultural connotations. At the same time, it's a little difficult for me to make that connection. I'm trying to make the connection there, but it's a little difficult because I think it then seems like overly patterned somehow, almost as though we're looking at a laced pottery. Sorry. I don't. Yeah, that's about.
Oh, Professor.
Sorry, I mute. Sorry. Thank you so much, Jace, and congrats also. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
I guess that last but not least would be Natalie.
Yeah, I can share my screen.
Okay. Though we have another guest also.
Oh. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so hi, my name is Natalie Miller, and this is Merging Urban Tributaries, an art educational center and library. Starting with the master plan of downtown LA, this is the site as it exists currently. Here are the nearest green spaces highlighted, and then this is removing most streets and existing buildings on the site and extending the existing ecological corridor through the site, dividing the site into two sections, and circulation was then established along the periphery. Green spaces were added, buffering highway noise and dechannelizing the river. The first set of tributaries branching off the corridor are agricultural. They provide various scales of agricultural production. The second set of tributaries connects courtyard program for social activities like markets, amphitheaters, and sculpture gardens. Adding the building footprint around the tributary, buildings wrapping around the courtyard space with bar buildings in between. And then going back to those agricultural tributaries, stormwater and gray water can move through those streets through the ecological spine leading through to the river. Zooming in on the previous master plan, this is how it was previously. And then choosing the site, I chose the site based on its connection to the ecological corridor and the two tributaries, social and agricultural. And then updating the site. So I flipped the previous building footprint. So now the building is on the inside and the courtyard around it, and also merging the social and agricultural tributaries on the site with this catalyst building. And then going to the previous axon, this is how it was in the master plan. And then going into the updated one, showing these two courtyards merging on the site. And then going to the intermediate scale, zooming in on the plan, this shows the tributaries merging on the site and its connection with the surrounding buildings. And the section shows the height of the building is similar to the others on this row of the ecological corridor. And then the axon shows the relationship of the exterior courtyard spaces on the site to the surrounding buildings and their courtyard spaces. Now going into the diagrams, this is bringing, this is starting off of the two urban tributaries and then bringing these tributaries into the site and then adding the building footprint on the site and merging the urban tributaries in the building, creating this vortex space in the middle. And also adding volumes around this vortex space for program, and then adding interior and exterior circulation space, but it's not just for circulation, it also becomes this in-between space for activities and program. Then going into the first floor program, it's for exhibition space, so this is more public and open floor. Then flipping the volumes around the vortex space for the second floor, and the second floor program focuses on educational purposes like classrooms. Then flipping the volumes one more time around this vortex space, and this creates voids in the building, and then the vortex in the middle turns this double-height space, and also showing these terraces like exterior spaces on the third floor, and these are also on the second floor as well. And then go to the third floor program, which focuses more on library spaces, and then adding two vertical cores in these closed volumes, and adding a 1/2 height to the two bigger library spaces for adult and children, and extending the in-between space on the north and south facades to break out of the box. And then going at the skylights, adding skylights on the three like taller spaces, and adding green roof to relate the roof to the agricultural courtyard. And then lastly, adding louvers to create shade for the LA sun and for the building. Going into the ground floor plan, this focus on exhibitions like a gallery and auditorium, and shows this vortex space in the middle becomes this gathering space that is sunk in, and the circulation has a more open program that turns to this in-between space, and the in-between space extends to the south and north, coming like breaking out of this boundary of the building, and also having partition walls on the multi-purpose spaces, so that multi-purpose program can extend to the exterior and also in the interior, so it makes them more fluid and open on the first floor. Going to the second floor, focusing on art education with multi-purpose classrooms and partition walls, so the classrooms can change based on different classrooms and activities. And also showing some exterior spaces, so terraces on the west and east side, and the in-between space also once again extending, and showing also these stairs leading you into these two of these circulation spaces. And going into the third floor, focusing on the library with the adult and kids areas and the two bigger volumes, and terraces on the south and north facades that extend out, and introducing sites in the central vortex space to bring light into the atrium, and people can also walk around this exterior space. And then going into the entrance is the agricultural entrance, showing one of the entrances to the building, and show the relationship of the building and the agricultural tree and like orchard space, and how it leads you into the entrance, and also how the east view of how the louvers help shade the sun. And going into the south elevation shows the relationship between the two courtyard spaces, and also the south louvers shade the sun and can move based on the time of day. So this kind of shows them how they can move. And then going into the market entrance, this is the view of the other entrance to the building, show relationship of the building to the market space where people can sell food they grow or art they produce in this building, and also show how the louvers help shade the sun similar to the east side. Then going to this section shows that double height atrium space in the middle with the 1.5 height library spaces with skylights, and also showing how that vortex space in the center is sunken and also more open space and movement on the first floor. And going to the atrium view shows how people interact with the central atrium space, and the vortex space is sunken in with skylights above it, and people interact with the space through active in-between space and how one would experience it. Going to the next section shows shifting closed volumes in a double height central atrium space, again with skylights and an exterior courtyard on the third floor surrounding the skylights above the atrium, and showing how some of those volumes begin to extend on the south and north facades. And then going into the skylight view, showing a view from the third floor, showing the program in this space, and also showing how the exterior space with the skylights, how one can move around in there, and also how people flow around and move in the building. And then section perspective, once again, highlighting this main vortex space in the middle with more open, also showing the relationship between the market space and the agricultural space and how that relates to the building and how people can flow in and out of the building. And then lastly, the axon focusing on the exterior spaces. The agricultural courtyard grows trees that could be like figs or pomegranates that can grow well in LA, and the social courtyard is market space for the residents that can like sell different products or work they produce. And the middle space has small vegetation on the periphery to clean gray water and reuse it on the site, going back to the master plan and reusing gray water, and also shows the green roof. And lastly, just showing how the building interacts with the plaza space, the courtyards around it. And thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
I really like this kind of like pinwheeling sort of, open space gap between the four massing. I mean, what it does is you also introduce like four major corners, right? In doing so. What I also really like about this diagram is that each time you introduce this kind of corner, I think, let's say if we were to consider your building as a microurbanism of four buildings, it gives it a sense of something like an identity each time you introduce that corner condition. And I think what it also does is it places an emphasis. I mean, whereas a courtyard diagram would only have one consistent open space in the middle, here the pinwheel courtyard somehow, I think, really emphasizes ways in which you approach that space in the middle, and how I think the way in which you introduced the kind of like publicly accessible sunken space, to me, that's like a really interesting and smart move.
So I'm again a very good resolution you arrived, and I was just kind of thinking about this idea about inverting the courtyard and surrounding condition. I think that's in relative to the program as well, but this solid void inversion that occurs in this site, I think it's actually quite effective because the other buildings are, more aligned to the street right. And this building becomes kind of a iconic object within the larger space that you can kind of see it from the whole entire thing from a distance. And the surrounding space is programmed relative to the program inside, which I think those synergies are going well for you. I think whether urban agriculture is the right thing here or not is another question. So if I take that, it's more kind of like the experience of Seagram building Madison Avenue, where everything is right up to a street, and then you have this setback and reflection pool and so on. It's a little bit different, kind of an LA version of that, I guess, or the constructed version of that in this particular. So then I kind of wonder, okay, what's the how can I say the power of the building as an object set in this space? And I think there's I'm just kind of wondering, there might be a little bit more to the form itself relative to the function or the intent of the building. And maybe these are somewhat minor things, but for instance, the vertical shading devices, probably you can do it, but you don't necessarily need it on the south side. And if the continuity as an object is one of the key things, then I would continue it. You have you're the author, so you can continue it. But for instance, the horizontal floor plates that divides the verticality of the fins, maybe it seems like it's interfering with the oneness of the surrounding intent that the building wants to be looked at as an object, for instance. So I think those things might have a potential to, again, depending on your intent, there might be some justification or the tweaking that you can do from kind of an object thing, building as an object perspective. And then, I would also design the pavilion, the roof structure, the shading device, not just kind of a tent that you're putting it up on the west side. Again, I think you're very carefully thinking about the size of the surrounding space and access and the solar exposure, so on and so forth, and all for size. But those can be part of the extension of the building design, as opposed to something that's just gets propped up when it's. The other thing is, the similar thing is kind of the inside circulation, but again, it's nice, but is it possible to take a little bit more extreme and say it's not inside, it's outside? I think this came out earlier, but less enclosed and conditioned space you have, it's better, right? And in this case, because you're very cleverly amassing the corners with the building, that sort of inside vortex space could potentially be an outside, covered but outside space in this case. Again, you have to kind of do a little bit of study on solar study and the climate comfort level, so on and so forth on those spaces, but it seems a little bit contrived when the interstitial space is just kind of separated by a glass, and it's not easy to go in and out. You lose even if it's visually clear, you lose the interactivity, I think. But all in all, it's very well accomplished. Nice job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do wonder slightly about the thickness of the floors in section. It seems really, really thick. But, it's not, I don't know if we want to scrutinize it. I just think it's a little thick.
Well, I don't know if you have another, you want to make another last comment, Kentaro, Jimenez, otherwise I know that it's late. So maybe we can just finish the session.
I mean, I'll just say maybe as a kind of like overall final comment, at least on my part, is
Yes, please. Yes, please.
I think overall, I hope the students from the first, like I think what was it? There was a Joey's not here anymore. Just some of the earlier students who presented, like I think it would be helpful if you can also relay the message if they're not here. The level of execution is high. I just want to say, like overall, again, I don't know what's in the water, but you guys seem to design really well, and draw really well. Probably has something to do with the professors that you have. Like it seems like you guys are really well guided. It's hard to do any kind of like urban project in a city that you're not from. I know, I happen to know this so well, which is why I would respond in the way that I did. And I hope it wasn't, I would like to be productive. I hope I wasn't, I don't know, it's hard to, yeah. I just wanted to say that I felt bad at times when I was responding to your work, just knowing that you guys are actually just outsiders, right? But at the same time, I'm really appreciative that there are outside lenses looking at the city that I live in, and maybe someday you'll visit, and maybe someday you'll also have a chance to revisit the thinking process that you put into the studio too. So great work overall. Thank you for having me.
And I also commend you. I mean, the execution level is very, very high. I'm very happy to see this. Now, I think one thing I would say is perhaps think about the position you take and push that position a little bit more to the extreme where there is a productive friction. Because right now, everything makes sense, and well, to a certain degree, and the logic, if I follow your internal logic, yeah, I can see where you ending, but I'm not sure there's this, something that you're fighting with or against, because the site's pretty big. Any programs could go in there in any form, so on and so forth, and it's easy to kind of check off from the list. And I think one thing you want to kind of find is this, whatever it is about that you can kind of hang your hat on about the friction that you can work on. You don't need multiple ideas. If you just have one of those things, that would be, I think, you'll come out with a little bit more productive, provocative proposals. And I think that's probably one thing I would stress looking at it moving forward. But thank you.
Well, thank you. I can see a lot of students nodding, so I'm happy also to see that they are finding your comments insightful, no, for them. Well, Kentaro, Jimenez, thank you so much for your time and your generosity, for joining us. It has been really great. I have really enjoyed all the conversation that we have had this afternoon, and maybe just because of that is a little bit of my fault that we are a little bit late. So thank you so much, Kentaro. Thank you so much, Jimenez, and especially thank you to all the students, because I think that they have done an excellent work. So congratulations for this great semester, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Bye. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you,
Bye-bye.
Jimenez. Bye.
Nice meeting you, Kentaro. Bye-bye.
Bye. See you guys. Enjoy now. Enjoy. Great work.